Ai, Incógnita do colégio, Sir Peter Marques falando, bem-vindos ao Assistindo Porcaria, mais posicionamento ridiculamente questionável da Webcam, 43, dia 9 de 7 de 2025, mas sei lá o que, parte 12. Vai, Felipe. Já já vou abrir o YouTube, porra.
myself enough with all these shitty games. So I created a monster to conduct the review for me. Behold, Franken Nerd. Okay, I could really use another bolt of lightning. Yeah! It's alive! It's alive!
It's the best to the games that I guess have follow. Yeah, definitely he's the soul. It gets to be angry game you ever heard. Angry being donut with every second a video game nerd.
This is a game. Mary Shelley's Frankenstein on Super Nintendo. Game. Good. Good. You bet your ass it's good. Here's a controller for you. Just hit start, knock yourself out. Have fun. Looks like Uncle Fester. Oh, come on, hit him. Yeah, you like that game, huh? Go in the building. What's the point of going in the doors? Little shortcuts? Yeah, get the fire. What was the point of that? You gotta ride the elevator thingy? Oh, look, you fell. You gotta get it to come down. Pull the ropes. Come on, where are you going? Like, what are you doing? I don't know where you're supposed to go. Game! No good! Yeah, it's frustrating, isn't it? Okay, alright, we'll play another game. Try the Adventures of Dr. Franken. This one should be easy for you. Check it out. Frankenstein's got sunglasses. Yeah.
Fuck off!
For the kids. Frankenstein's cool. Well, actually, since the game's called The Adventures of Dr. Franken, I would assume that you play as the doctor. So why are you the monster? Dr. Franken? What's that, a Hadouken? The Sonic Boom and the Flash Kick? Wow, this game's another Street Fighter wannabe. Here you go in the door. What's wrong? You're pushing the buttons? I don't know, are you like hitting every button? You pushing up, pushing down? I don't know, maybe there's something you're supposed to get? I'm sorry, you don't have to Biggest mistake Dr. Frankenstein made. If you're gonna make a monster, you better be able to shut it down. But unfortunately, I can't shut off the game because the monster's in my soul. It's my duty to play it for myself and explain why this game sucks. Because I created a monster and there's no turning back.
Okay, so I figured out that the goal is to collect pieces of a passport which says F-Bone. Okay, so is this Dr. Frankenbone or just F-Bone? Is he the monster, the scientist? Who knows? The control is ass, but it's that certain kind of assness that's hard to explain. It's like if you push one button, it attacks behind, like if there's somebody behind your back, but if you hit the other button, it attacks in the front. So it takes a lot of time to get used to figuring out which direction you need to be facing to use each attack. If you ever played Double Dragon 2, it's the same thing. It's all screwed up. It looks like a pretty easy game, but I can't stop dying. You get this huge life bar, but you take 2 or 3 hits and you're dead. But I think the biggest problem is that you move too fucking fast. It seems like you never have time to react to enemies and obstacles, so you have to keep tapping the D-pad so that you don't run into things. And that's no fun. It's like in Sonic the Hedgehog. You love running fast. You want to keep the flow going. You don't want to stop moving, but sometimes you gotta slow down and pay attention. But the only difference is that that game was fun and feels rewarding at that patience, but this game is fucking garbage. Now for the feature presentation. Well, the cartridge says Frankenstein the Monster Returns, but the title screen just says Frankenstein. What the hell? As the game begins, you'll notice that the graphics are pretty good for NES standards, and it reminds you of Castlevania. Essentially, it's the same concept, but instead of Dracula, it's Frankenstein you're going after. You're trying to rescue some girl, I don't know, who cares? And yeah, the monster in the game is called Frankenstein. I guess nobody ever read the book or saw any of the movies. So basically, you walk right and kill everything in your way, but just to confuse you, there's all these doors which don't have much purpose whatsoever. If you go in, you might find some energy, but some of them, like this one, takes you into these sewers where you have to fight a dragon which looks like Barba from Zelda 2. If you beat the dragon, you get some energy, which might make up for whatever energy you lost fighting the dragon, so how about just don't go in there and fight the dragon at all? It only exists to make the game a little more complicated, but all you want to do is keep walking right, and don't go in any of the doors. Then you get to the stage boss, which is the Reaper, kind of like Dracula from Simon's Quest. But here's the real annoying part. When you beat him, a bird comes, and trust me, you gotta kill it. If you let this bird touch you, it carries you back to the beginning of the stage. So, you fucking gotta go through all over again. And you think that the Reaper would still be dead? But no! You have to beat the Reaper again! And the bird! Again! What the fuck? Afterwards, you fight some Minotaur thing, which is the real stage boss, and then you get a cutscene which is slow and drawn out. Why can't the text move any faster? In the second stage, you fight your way through the woods. Some of the trees have platforms, but you're never sure where you can stand. Like, look at this! I'm standing right in between them. Don't you think I would fall down? Then you climb up a giant tree stump, I guess, and there's some random guy who talks to you. Afterwards, you don't know where to go, so at first I climbed back down and then walked all the way back to the start, wandered everywhere till I found out that you're supposed to jump down the right side. But you keep getting stuck on the edge, so it's never clear where to go. Like, couldn't there be a sign or something? Then immediately you fight the evil he-monster and she-monster of the trees, which is what the guy just told us about. Doesn't it seem cheap that right after he tells us about a certain monster, they appear? It doesn't build up any mystery. Remember the first Zelda game? You knew that you had to fight Ganon, the instruction manual talked about him, characters in the game talked about him, but at the time, nobody knew what Ganon looked like. It created all this suspense. But imagine if they never talked about him until right before you walked into that room. It's like, oh, there's this monster you gotta fight. Oh, there's the monster, fight him. Then you come to the swamp where you have to hop on lily pads, but there's barely enough space to jump from one pad to the next. If you miss, you have to fight a merman underwater. You can't swim back up. The only way to get out is to beat the merman, but there's no real strategy, so you just keep attacking him and praying not to get hit. When you die, you'd expect to start right back at the swamp. But no, it starts you off with the merman. Yeah, you don't get a second chance on the lily pads. You have to fight the merman over and over until either you beat him or run out of lives. And you only get a few continues. The only way to pick up where you left off is to enter a password. And then you still have to play the whole stage all over again. Finally, you make it back to the swamp. This time, I'm just gonna try to inch my way to the edge of that lily pad. Oh, fuck, it goes away! Wow, you're really smushed between a bag of piss and a pile of shit. If you jump right away, you don't make it. If you take your time and carefully plan your jump, then the lily pad sinks. And once you fall down, you might as well hit reset, because the whole game's over. Look, I'm standing as close to the fucking edge as possible, and even then it's still not enough to clear the distance. So I give up. I'm putting in a password for the third stage. Here, you get this pretty cool graveyard scene. The tombstones attack you. I think they were really running out of ideas here. Then I'm going through this castle, and the enemies are too hard to kill, so I find myself running past them just to get ahead. But that's not the mark of a good game, is it? Because doesn't it mean that you're not enjoying the game if all you want to do is bypass everything so you can get the game over as quick as possible? Then you gotta fight a floating red skull that calls itself the Gatekeeper. What's the handle name? The Keymaster? Then you fight Dark Warrior. Ooh, scary name. How about Death Guy or Mr. Kill? Stage 4 is the final stage. Yeah, they chose to keep the game as short as possible, yet as annoying as possible. This place is all fucked up. There's all these weird faces in the background. Like, where are you supposed to be? Inside Satan's asshole? Then you start fighting all the classic monsters. First it's the Wolfman, but here he's called the Man-Wolf. After you beat him, you get a new weapon, three-way fire. It's kind of like the spread gun in Contra. But guess what? When you get hit only one time, you lose it, which happens only in a matter of seconds. Then you get smothered by sackless balls, yeah, floating testicles. Then you fight Dracula, yeah, Dracula's in this game. His arm looks all cockeyed, looks like a dick, like his hand is a dickhead. Dickhead. So once again, it's like Castlevania, almost as if Frankenstein and Dracula just switched places. Then you have to swing on vines like Jungle Hunt, but you end up just jumping through the vines and die. So now, just to try again, I gotta type in the fucking password. It's so tedious. I mean, it's not the longest password I've ever seen, but it's still longer than necessary. But unlike most passwords, if you move the D-pads to the sides, it doesn't move your cursor over to the other side. So say your cursor's on the letter K and you need to move to J. In most games, all you need to do is move the cursor left and it will show up on J. But here, you can't do that. You have to move the fucking cursor all the way to the J. A lot of effort considering that J comes right before K. It's so fucked up. And also, if you enter the password and it turns out that it's wrong, like if you messed up on one letter, it erases the whole thing and you gotta type it in all over again. Why can't I just go back and fix the one letter?
I really hate this password thing in general, because what's the point? You should have unlimited continues. Yeah, because the only reason you should have to put in a password is if you turn the game off and want to come back to it later. As long as you're still playing, you're going to keep playing the same stages over and over and over again, so what's the point of sending you all the way back to the beginning? The earlier stages are the easiest, and those are the stages you end up playing the most. It's the later stages where you need the most practice. It's all about trial and error. Like, imagine if in high school you fail out of senior year. What happens? You do senior year again, right? You don't have to go back and do freshman year again. So, bottom line, have unlimited continues. God damn it!
Another big piss off about this game is that enemies can kill you even after they're dead. Like you have to wait for them to completely die before you can pass. Anyway, I can't get past the vine, so I'm gonna cheat with Game Genie, the last resort. But check out these codes. Almost unlimited energy, invincibility after losing the first life may cause the game to freeze, start with no continues, cannot collect extra energy, and one hit is fatal.
What kind of codes are these? Is there like some sick fuck who thinks the game isn't hard enough? Like somebody who wants to be tortured some more? Well, how about this? I got a code for you. How about a code that just starts you off dead? Yeah, well, I don't want to freeze, so I guess I'm gonna go with almost invincibility, whatever that means.
At first, the code works fine, but then I found out that if you collect energy, it takes life away. Not that you would need to collect energy, but it's kind of silly, isn't it? And guess what? Once you get to the vines, you still die. Well, that would have been nice. Why couldn't the code say invincibility except for the vines? Even if you pass the vines, the invincibility goes away, so you're left with your own wits to fight Frankenstein. So, fuck the Game Genie, and let me tell you, when Game Genie doesn't help, you know you're fucked. So you fight Frankenstein. His first form's pretty easy, but then he grows into a giant super Frankenstein. Come on!
Come on! Come on, you fucking Stein!
It's gonna take you back to the past to play some shitty games that suck ass. You rather have a buffalo. Take your time to read, jump in here. You rather be a rotten asshole of a rocky skunk and down in the spear. Is it angry still in the backward? Is it angry Nintendo nerd? Is it angry Atari Sega nerd? Is it angry video game?
This is the Green Zero top-up server that MU launched this year. After playing for 2 days, how should I put it? I feel free. I don't need to worry about spending money. And, well, it is just awesome. You get points for beating mobs, so there is no need to sign up for any VIP
Oh boy. Let's talk about the Philips CDI. Now, if you're not familiar with the backstory, I'll give you a quick little rundown. Nintendo is working in conjunction with Philips to produce a CD-based add-on for the Super NES, which never came through. Now, Nintendo is also working with Sony on the same concept, and we all know what came of that, the PlayStation. But as for Philips, they too made their own game console. However, they had permission to utilize some of the Nintendo franchises. Now, what came of that was a shitty Mario game and 3 shitty Zelda games. Link, the Faces of Evil, Zelda's Adventure, and Zelda, the Wand of Gamelon. Okay. These games are notorious for their legendary ass suckage, which is hard to believe. How could there exist a bad Zelda game, let alone 3 of them, and on a console that's not Nintendo? Well, if you haven't heard of them, you might think you're living under a rock, but let me tell you, it's a rock worth living under.
Before we begin, let's talk about the console itself. To begin with, it barely fucking works. That's a good start, right? I had to buy 3 CDIs before I got one that's functional. The first one wouldn't read the discs. The second one right here had the same problems. I haven't returned it yet just because I wanted to show you what it looks like. So then finally I got this big beast. Look how huge it is. It looks like one of those old VCRs. It is the biggest video game console I've ever seen. Literally, you can fit 2 of these inside it. If you remember my Atari 5200 video where I commented how big it was, well, both consoles are ridiculously huge, but the CDI just barely wins. But does it work? Yes, it does. But at first, I thought the controller input was broken. I have 4 different controllers and none of them worked, except for the wireless one, which sucks so bad it isn't even worth it. Then I found out that there's another input on the back. So the one in the front is either broken or intended for the second player. This means that every time I want to swap a controller, I have to pull out the whole console. That is a pain in the ass. Why couldn't both be on the front? Seriously, I couldn't even imagine what they were thinking. But let's talk about the controllers. One is your average regular ass controller. The next one looks like a spoon. I really don't understand it. And this one has this awkward joystick. It's so stiff. It's basically just a stick on top of a regular D-pad. Then you have the wireless one. This is the standard controller that comes with the system. But as I've said, it's terrible. Your finger keeps slipping off the joystick and the buttons are too close. Imagine if you were trying to play Nintendo 64 and all the buttons were clustered around the joystick. For your average point-and-click game, it's okay, but for an action game like Zelda, it is nearly impossible to use this controller. It's all worth it just to play such classics as Sticky Bear Reading, Lamb Chop's Play Along, Sailing, and The Flowers of Robert Mapplethorpe. Yeah, it had its share of educational games, some action games, but let's cut the bullshit and get to the ones you want to hear about. The Zelda games are pretty rare and kinda expensive. Zelda's Adventure was over $180 US. Not counting the money I had refunded for the bad consoles, all this in total cost about $700. I've been dying to do a CDI review for a long time, and partly due to financial and technical difficulties, that's what's been holding me back. But before we get to the Zelda games, let's start off with Hotel Mario. The price on this one, I gotta be honest, was $0 because this one was a donation. Thanks, Casey. You might as well have sent me a turd wrapped in tinfoil. As the game begins, you get a ridiculous cutscene.
Nice of the princess to invite us over for a picnic, eh, Luigi? I hope she made lots of spaghetti.
Reminds me of the Super Mario Bros. Super Show, but way more cheesy. The game is not what you'd expect. I mean, with a title like Hotel Mario, I guess I really didn't know what to expect, but not this. All you do is run around and shut doors. Yeah, seriously, the goal is to shut all the doors before the time runs out, then advance to the next stage. Couldn't they have come up with something better? Like, how about kill all the Goombas and Koopa Troopas, but shut doors? As much fun as that sounds, it's even more fun when the doors keep opening again. Just when you think you're about to shut the last door and beat the level, another door opens, and by the time you run all the way over there, another one opens. Also, it seems that there's always somebody in your way. Like if I jump at the wrong time, I hit the Goomba on the top. Even if I try to stomp an enemy, I end up bouncing up and getting my ass killed. Ugh, look here, I'm totally fucked. Here I go, I'm kicking ass. Fuck, you gotta watch the doors. Speaking of doors, you can actually hide in the doors, which helps out sometimes. But these things with the arrows, let's talk about them. They're elevators, or they could be stairwells, whatever. Where the arrow points make sense. They go up, they go down. But the controls take some time to get used to. By instinct, if I see a down arrow, I press down. But that's not how it works. You have to hit up, regardless of which elevator you're on. And when you arrive at the other end, you're in that hiding position, so you have to hit down to step out. So often, you find yourself having to hit up on the down arrow, and when you go down to the up arrow, you press down. That's fucking confusing.
Gotta be quick.
And the elevators don't always go where you expect. No, it takes me to the other side where I get killed by the fucking caterpillar. The game is actually more reminiscent of arcade games from the early 80s like Donkey Kong and Mario Brothers. And for something like that, Hotel Mario actually isn't too bad. It is challenging, I'll give it that. But the fact is, this was not the early 80s. This was 1994, and it was a next-generation console. Originally, they planned to release a sequel to Super Mario World titled Super Mario's Wacky Worlds, but it was canceled, and what we got was this. End of story.
Eu sou cliente Bradesco desde 85, então eu sei exatamente o que todo cliente pensa. É tipo um superpoder. Preste atenção. Pra quem ama tratamento VIP, Bradesco é um prato cheio, né? É, meu tesouro, conseguimos uma mesa maravilhosa. Espumante de cortesia, uau, maravilhoso. Gente, e essa vista, hein? Vista pro São Tomelo. Maravilhoso. Ele não achou nada maravilhoso.
I have been dreading this day for a long time. It's time to play the Zelda CDI games. Now, the first two, Link the Faces of Evil and Zelda Wand of Gamelon, were both released on the same day, October 10th, 1993. You can think of them as brother and sister game. I'm going to try out Wand of Gamelon first.
To begin with, I thought this might have been an interesting game because you actually play as Zelda, you know, the one who's in the title of every Zelda game. Also, it's a side-scroller, much like in Zelda 2, The Adventure of Link. I've always wondered why Nintendo never made any more Zelda games in this style. So going into this game, I couldn't imagine how bad it would be. Link is seen only in these infamous cartoon cutscenes.
Link, go to Gamelon and find my father.
Great! I can't wait to bomb some Dodongos!
God, way more corny than the Link from the TV series. But these scenes are only the icing on the shit cake.
Right, dear.
The first thing I find kind of disappointing is the instruction manual. Counting the English section, it's only 10 pages. All you get is a very brief storyline and bland descriptions. If you look at the original Nintendo manual, look at how elaborate and colorful it is. Let's talk about the controls. Regardless of which controller you have, it seems the CDI only uses 2 buttons. So to jump, you have to press up. Being that it's a platform game and a lot of the jumps have to be done with perfect accuracy, it wears on your thumb real fast. And sometimes when I'm trying to press left or right, I end up jumping by accident. The first button is the sword. The second button is everything else, opening doors, bringing up the status screen, and using an item. It's a fucking mess, and it causes nothing but problems. To bring up the status screen, you have to crouch down and hit the button. To begin with, that's a pain in the ass. But if you're in front of a door and push the button, you end up going through the door, regardless of whether you're standing or crouching. So if you want to bring up the status screen, you gotta stay away from the doors. Also, the status screen is the only way you can pause the game. Sometimes I forget or don't realize I'm in front of a door, so I try to bring up the status screen and then I get up to take a piss only to realize that I'm in another room getting my ass handed to me. The problem also works the other way around. If you're trying to go in the door, you have to be certain that you're standing right in the middle, or else you end up using your item. I've wasted so many bombs just trying to go in the damn doors. And you want to know what I fucking hate? To collect rupees or anything, you have to stop and hit them with your sword. And you can't be standing in front of them either. You have to be in the right position. There's no other way. You don't have to do that in any other Zelda game. You see a rupee, all you need to do is touch it. But in this piece of shit, every single rupee slows you down. Most of the time I ignore them, but as it turns out, you need rupees more than ever in this game. Many of the items that you use take rupees away when you use them, and you constantly need to buy bombs, lantern oil, and ropes. The bombs are for killing tough enemies and blowing your way into certain places you need to go. Sometimes, just to blow up one boulder, it takes 10 bombs. You think that's enough? The lanterns are for lighting dark areas, and let me tell you, this game got really carried away with this. It's common in Zelda games that there's always dark areas, usually in caves or dungeons in which you need to light the way. But in this game, it seems every fucking place you go it gets dark. Even in the treetops in broad daylight it happens. And the lantern only lasts for a few seconds, and then it goes dark again. Cut me a break. So you're constantly switching back to the status screen to keep selecting the lantern oil. And when it runs out, being stuck in the dark is absolutely miserable. You can't even see the fucking door to find your way back out. So finding the door in the dark is a bitch. But other times the problem is trying to get your ass away from the door. Watch this situation. I go in the door, it's dark, I need the lantern, so I crouch down and try to bring up the select screen, and I exit the door. What the fuck? So I go back in. This time I make more of an effort to step away from the door. I try the status screen again, and what happens? I go out the damn door again. So this time I go back in, I walk to the left, and finally I'm able to bring up the status screen and select the lantern. As the room illuminates, you can see how big that door was. Even if I know I'm about to step into a dark room and I select the lantern in advance, it still doesn't make a difference because if I try to use the lantern while I'm touching the door, I'll have the same problem. It would have really helped if all that shit didn't have to be the same button. I know I'm digging deeper and deeper into the same topic, but it really is a continuous problem. It can even get you killed. Say I go into a dark room, I step away from the door, and I fall. How was I supposed to know there was a crevice there? All because I can't use the lantern at the door. It's fucking bullshit! But now that I've discussed all the problems with using the lantern in the dark rooms, let's talk about the ropes. You use them for climbing all those tough-to-reach platforms. But why you can only use a rope one time makes no sense. Why does Zelda have to carry around 20 fucking ropes? Why can't she use the same one? And if you die, you go back to the beginning of the stage, so you're constantly wasting your ropes. Let me tell you, there's nothing more frustrating than making it to the end of a stage, then realizing you have no more ropes, so it's back to the fucking store. But damn, I haven't even started talking about how hard it is to maneuver. First of all, you can't jump straight down. If you want to go down, you have to keep following the walkway until you get to an area you can drop. This little blue guy, he's too short to hit, and if I try to jump over him, I end up back at the top. So I gotta keep walking side to side just to go down. The graphics are so convoluted you can't even tell where you can go. Look at this, what the fuck, I can't go through. So I gotta go to the right, and then down, and then back to the left again. You just have to jump all around until you find which of the rocks you can land on. Alright, I found one right here, so you just gotta, there we go. It's hard to jump over gaps, even when it seems plain obvious. Oh, come on! You gotta be kidding me! Sometimes a moving platform or crocodile will get in your way. What? That little gap? And sometimes if you jump on a platform, you fall through. How in the holy mother of shit did I miss that branch? It's also strange to get people to talk, you stab them with your sword.
I give anything for an Arpago's egg.
My cakes will burn.
Just to hear stupid shit like that. It's real annoying when you're trying to fight enemies and there's someone nearby. You end up hitting them and making them talk.
Oh, my.
Constantly interrupting your fight.
Oh, my.
And why is everybody so twisted and scary?
Bring some fairy dust and I'll make it a magic cloak.
Whoa, whoa.
Got him.
Attacking is awkward. It seems your sword never hits anything. Even if you just keep swatting at the air, your enemies always seem to hit you first. You can only hit what's directly in front of you, but it always seems enemies are coming from high above you or from too low. I swear that more than half the enemies in this game are too short to hit. You always have to be at the precise altitude. Look at this. I can't hit him below the branch, and I can't hit him when I'm on the branch. How do I hit this thing? Come on! Come on! Oh, man. Seriously, what is it with all these bats? All I'm trying to do is get out of the cave, but the bats keep on coming. Fuck! Then there's this part where you walk into a room and there's two assholes throwing spears. Ugh! I'll try again. If only I could get close enough. Ah! As hard as it is to get close to your enemies, sometimes the problem is being too close. Fucking piece of shit, get off me! And there's no recovery time. They can drain all your energy in a second. Come on, jump over. Fuck, can't believe that. And if you're too close to the top of the screen, you can barely jump at all. Oh my god. Sometimes enemies don't appear until you're right next to them. Where the fuck did he come from? Look, you can clearly see that nobody's there, but as soon as I go up, bam, I'm dead.
It's awful!
But as difficult as it can be to slay the regular enemies, the boss battles are ridiculously easy if you know what weapon to use. They only take one hit. When you kill them, you get these amusing cutscenes.
You've killed me!
Good.
Good. You killed me. Good. Gotta calm down.
Oh man, I'm going completely insane, but I can't quit because I'm up to Ganon.
You dare bring light to my lair? You must die!
He looks like a joke. He makes the Ganon from the cartoon series look badass. And it's very surreal coming all this way to fight Ganon and then just throwing the wand of Gamelon at him. That's it. One hit, he's dead.
No! You haven't seen the last of me!
After you've killed him, they still have the nerve to have spikes falling from the ceiling. Wouldn't that be a shame to kill Ganon only to have a spike drop on your head? Then you rescue the king and Link.
What happened?
Nothing, Link. We were just about to have a feast.
Great!
They all yuck it up and everything's fine.
Eu sei que ele vai mostrar, mas eu quero mostrar primeiro. Porra!
Boil, rope, bombs? You want it? It's yours, my friend, as long as you have enough rubies. Sorry, Link. I can't give credit. Come back when you're a little, richer.
Well, in conclusion, some might say that there are redeeming factors to this game. The music's pretty cool, and the graphics are nice and colorful.
Oh.
Some might call it a mixed bag. But let me tell you what kind of mixed bag. It's a trash bag that's had a bad day. Like say your mom cleans out the cat litter, fresh and stale duty pebbles go right in the bottom of the bag, and then your sister throws out her used tampons, and where do they go? In the same bag. And then your brother comes home piss-ass drunk, just upchucks, pukes right into the bag. Now, I'm not trying to be disgusting, but that is a realistic situation, and what it all comes down to, that's a nasty bag. But I'd rather take that shit out to the garbage than deal with this piece of fuck. Fuck this game, get out of my face! And you know what the worst part about it is? I still have 2 left.
Well,
It's time to wrap up this CDI shitfest. Let's take a look at the 2 remaining Zelda games. First, Link, The Faces of Evil. All the same problems I addressed in Zelda 1 and Gamelon are present here, so there's not much need to go into such detail again. It has the same style of gameplay and the same cheesy cutscenes.
So you know what it means when you lose your last ruby. Now you work for me.
Whatever I see, I shall do.
You're doing great, Link. You are our hero.
Man, those fairies really like Link. The only real difference with this game is that you play as Link, and this time you're going to rescue Zelda, so the roles have been reversed. If you watch the demo, Link tells you how to play the game.
Move the controller down, and I crouch. When I'm crouching, you can make me do the duck walk. Cool, huh?
One difference is that you have to collect snowballs and fireballs. There's some enemies that can only be killed by either of these weapons, so it only adds more to your inventory that you have to keep up with. So even more so than the other game, you spend half the time collecting these items and collecting rupees so that you can buy bombs, rope, and lantern oil. And to top it off, there's more weapons that drain your rupees. Could this be any more tedious? And I hate collecting rupees. Oh, come on, you can't even get two at the same time? And the jumping is still a big problem. Come on, why can't I get up there? Oh, your mother. Oh, you son of a bitch. Get up there.
It's time to start dropping some F-bombs. Fuck! 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 Fuck!
Probably the worst example is right here. I'm trying to go in the door. Seems simple, right? But I can't approach the door from any conceivable angle. If I'm below the door, I can't reach it, at least not without a rope. Too bad I had to use them all in order to get this far. I can't approach it from the other side because the pillar's blocking me. This is the part I really don't understand. You can pass through the bottom of the pillar and you can pass through the two pillars before it, which look exactly the same. Why is it that I can't go through this one fucking part? It seems the only way I can make it is to drop down from the top, but I can't get back up there. I'm jumping everywhere. I obviously can't go back up, which is ironically the way I came, all because I missed the jump, which is hard to begin with because you're so close to the ceiling. I'm also prohibited from going to the left. Whether I'm on the top or the bottom floor, there's a fucking piece of shit in the way. So once you fall down there, you're stuck. This is a joke. They designed this part of the stage to be a trap. The only way to get out of this is to stand here and let the falling spikes kill you. If it wasn't for them, you'd have to reset the game and lose all your data. The darkness is still a huge issue. Look, my lantern oil ran, so I can't find my way back. So I'm really up shit creek without a paddle, and that means I'm paddling through the shit with my hands. Talking to people is still a strange ordeal. Why do you have to shove a sword up their ass? Right up their ass.
Wow!
You also use the sword to buy stuff. If the shop owner gets in your way, you end up talking to him. Go away, I'm trying to buy bombs.
Lamp oil, rope.
And here, once again, I'm trying to fight, but I keep talking to this asshole. Go away.
Through the eye of Glutcold.
The enemies, once again, are a pain in the ass. Half of them are impossible to hit. Look at this, I'm trying to go down, but the fucking warthogs are in my way. This would be so simple if you could just jump down.
Oh my goodness, this is awful!
Another nuisance is that I can't hit the Dodongos because the bombs just fly over them. If I could duck and throw the bomb, maybe I could hit him, but you can't do that because it activates the status screen. Yeah, you have to be standing to use your item. And I hate these damn stats. Your timing has to be perfect. I hate these fucking bastards. But these gargoyle things are the worst. They take several hits to kill, and they never stop coming. If you stay there and try to fight them off, you'll be there forever. I'm not kidding. It makes the most sense to just try and outrun them. All right, Ganon, here I come.
And I will make your face the greatest in Korodai, or else you will die.
All I need is just one shot with a book. Yeah, it's a book this time. Just one hit. That doesn't count.
Into the pit.
I still get the dramatic death scene, but I'm back outside the castle. Fuck. So I gotta go all the way through the castle again, and when I get there, thankfully Ganon's still dead, and you gotta wake Zelda. Come on! here to rescue your royal ass. Get the hell up. Wake the fuck up. Oh, I get it.
I just saved you from Ganon. I won.
Nothing short of poetry. Let's move on to the final piece of what's known as the Unholy Triforce. Zelda's Adventure was released the following year in 1994. Unlike the other two, this one doesn't have the cartoon cutscenes. Instead, it's digitized actors. Sometimes they don't even move, they just crossfade.
So I found this champion of strength and courage.
As the title would suggest, it's the only other game where you play as Zelda, going to save Link's ass once again. You have to find dungeons where in each one you collect a piece of a stone, much like pieces of the Triforce in the original Zelda game. So this one follows the classic format a little more, not to mention it's an overhead view. That means you don't have to do stupid shit like push up to jump or crouch to bring up the inventory screen. You can also touch the rupees and hearts without having to attack them. Of course, you do have to wait for them to touch the ground, which is confusing since it's overhead. It's better than the other two CDI games, but not by a whole lot. The most constant, annoying thing is waiting for the screen to load. Watch how long it takes. And you're probably thinking, oh, it can't do that every time. Oh yeah, it does. Imagine how long it takes you to get anywhere. Look at the original Zelda. Watch how quick it is. See? And that was on an old 8-bit console. Damn CD load time. Look at this. That's when you grab your beer. The next thing that's really annoying is that somebody keeps talking to you.
Zelda, Zelda, do not roam unprotected.
Shut the fuck
Look
up.
nearby for something to aid you.
What is Zelda hearing voices in her head? Crazy bitch. Unlike other Zelda games where the dialogue is all text, this one uses real bad voice acting.
Those who go deep into the earth learn to overcome the sins of grief.
Hey, who goes there? Aren't you letting me in my boss, Lord? You can't come in here.
Even the sound effects aren't appropriate. Why do the buyers have humanoid grunts? And what the hell is that thing? What is that?
Those moguls out there are so slow and stupid.
You don't get very much music either. Just immerse yourself in the good old outdoors. I also find the ground very strange looking, almost like a satellite view. These would be trees, so maybe Zelda's a giant? Oh look, we got a ladder. Remember that from the original Zelda? Remember how to use it? You just walk right across. Let's see how easy it is here. You come to a gap, you gotta go to your menu, select the ladder, and then use it. You always have to select shit. Take this for example. In any good Zelda game, how do you buy stuff? Like this. That's easy, right? Here, you gotta stop, bring up the menu, select the rupee, and there. What a bunch of fuck.
That was a wise picture, young princess.
And I gotta say, the menu screen sucks. First of all, you can only hold one item. That includes the sword or wand, whatever. In the other games, you always have the sword and can select an additional item. Of course, the CDI doesn't utilize as many buttons, so whenever you need to use something, you bring up the menu screen. And the other thing that really pisses me off is that you have to scroll through the items, not by pressing left or right on the D-pad, no, by moving the cursor to the left or right arrow and painstakingly clicking until you see the item you want. That is bullshit. Why couldn't they fit them all on the screen like the other games? And how about the map screen? In any other Zelda game, you can bring up the map with the ease of a single button. That's simple, right? Well, here, the map screen is inside the item screen. Yeah, so whenever you want to see the map, you have to bring up the item screen, select the map, look at the map, go back to the item screen, and finally back to the game. How about getting treasure? You think you just open it and there'd be nothing more to it than that. But no, the fucking treasure chest starts talking to you.
Why, what a great event.
Then it spits out the treasure, and the first time I didn't even know what happened. Whatever happened to this? How about this shit? Somebody gives me an empty bottle and tells me to go fill it up at the source of the river. Why I can't just go to any riverbank, I don't know. But anyway, I go to the source, which is this fucking skull thing. I select the bottle, and then it doesn't just fill up, it mysteriously disappears from Zelda's hands and then reappears behind her to the left. What? You're never even sure what the items are gonna do. I got a flute, and I was told to use it against a snake. So I use the flute, and what happens? It kills the snake, but not before freezing me, making me momentarily helpless while the snake nearly kills me. Thanks. But one major problem I have is that the save function doesn't seem to work. If I turn off the game, it erases all the data. That sucks. The overall design is horrendous. You can never tell where to go. See that dark area right there? That's a cave. You're supposed to go in there. But with all the random rock patterns, you'd think it was just part of the wall. And when I got to this part, I thought it was a hole in the floor, till I realized that it's just part of the ceiling. Rarely does that even happen, and it occurs right after the part where you need a ladder, so naturally, I thought it was a hole. Here, I'm just trying to go to the right, but something apparently is blocking my path. What the fuck's going on? Oh shit, I'm gonna die. Get over there. I'm stuck! Fuck! Even the dungeon maps aren't consistent. See the white square? That's where I am. But if I go up, it jumps me all the way up here. And it happens more than once. You just jump all over the map. In other Zelda games, there's secret passageways that transport you all around the dungeon. That makes sense. But here, when you're just walking to the next screen and suddenly appears someplace different on the map, it's like, what the hell happened to this game?
I don't believe this. Like, I seriously don't believe this. That's it. That's all I can take. How could they fuck up Zelda this bad? It's not a Zelda game. I wouldn't call it that. Oh, but it is. It has Zelda and it has Link. Yeah, you know what? That's a pointless argument right there. That's like if your dad says, I fucked your mom. It's like I can't argue with that. You know, playing these games is as worthwhile as melting a dog turd on a frying pan. Yeah, put some buffalo puke and some cat piss all over it, and you have a shit sandwich that is Zelda CDI. This game fucking sucks! Fucking sucks! Fucking sucks! Oh yeah, and the Mario game, that one sucks too! CDI sucks!
He's... playing some games, the worst he recalls. He's gonna find out which one sucked the most balls. The angry video game nerd is here. Oh, he's making a list and checking it twice. He's gonna go home and eat chicken and rice. The angry video game nerd is here. He hates the games that stink. He knows which games to break. He just might even hate them all, 'cause he's mad for fucking sake. You better watch out, don't give these games a try. You better not play them, he's telling you why. The angry video game nerd is here.
Welcome to another sacrilegious Christmas fuckfest. Now, 2 years ago, I played a bunch of Bible games. Yeah, now would you believe there's actually more of them? Like, who makes video games based off the Bible? Why would you do that? These games suck ass. If I was God, I'd be pissed.
First, let's check out Exodus, Journey to the Promised Land. What the hell's this? To start the game, please wait up to 9 flashes on TV screen. Power on, please wait 7 seconds between power off and power on. Wow, quite a lot of instructions just to start the damn game. You play as Moses. I guess on his journey to the Promised Land, he had to go through labyrinths and shooting W's at everything and collecting facts with the letter M. I don't know about this one. It's just a puzzle game. It's playable. Basically, you have to collect a certain amount of items in order for an exit to appear. I'm not even sure exactly what the items are, but it pretty much means that you have to uncover every square. Oh, this is so redundant. It's really one of those games where you need a turbo controller. So the exit appears, you take it, and then you get a bunch of Bible questions, like the king of Egypt told the Hebrew midwives to kill male babies, kill all babies, kill all babies? I'm playing an NES game that says kill all babies? And you know what? That's the wrong answer, so that obviously means it's something they made up. Kill all babies. So for every question you answer correctly, you get what else? A Bible, and then you get a violent picture of somebody being whipped, and then it's on to the next level. Oh, this is so monotonous. Obviously, I'm going all the way in the middle. Oh, no. Now I gotta go all the way back. Oh, fucking hell. This is ridiculous. So then I get back out, I finish up all the crap I gotta do. Oh, so I guess it's the question marks I gotta get. And then what? Where's the exit? Oh, it's back over there? Oh, my lord. I've had enough with this shit.
Alright, next up, let's try Noah's Ark. Haven't we played this already? Remember in Bible Adventures, there were 3 games, one of which was Noah's Ark, that stupid shit where you're picking up stacks of animals. Then, of course, there's the infamous Super Noah's Ark 3D, the only unlicensed Super NES game, which happens to be a clone of Wolfenstein, where you're going around shooting goats. So now we have yet another game based off of Noah's Ark. But there's something very different about this one. What's that? It was actually licensed by Nintendo. Who made this? Okay, now I'm really curious. Okay, who would have thought this would actually be decent? Well, it was only released in Europe, which means it's in the PAL format, and it can't be played on any North American NES, unless you have the top loader. That plays anything.
The game's not bad, but it's fucking weird. Why are there Native Americans in Noah's time, and why does he turn into a fish? If he and all the animals could turn into fish, they wouldn't even need the fucking Ark. Also, it's generally a pain in the ass because enemies can drain half your life bar with one hit. Even the tiniest things such as bees, which take almost all your life. And there's lots of things you can't even touch at all, or you die instantly. This makes it almost pointless to even have a life bar. Also, there's hidden bonus stages, but if you find one of them, it doesn't bring you back. So rather than returning you to the game where you left off, it puts you back at the beginning of the stage, which is fucking bullshit. But overall, I would at least go as far to call it a game. Alright, what's next? Oh, Joshua. This one looks fun, right? Oh no. Doesn't this look familiar? It's the same thing as Exodus. Well, that scratches that off the list. What's the point of discussing the same game twice? The only difference is that you're Joshua, I assume, and that there's a voice. But what's even stranger, this game is a copy of a game, which is a copy of another game, Crystal Mines. Damn. Well, here's a little history lesson. Color Dreams was the company making all these unlicensed games for the NES, like Captain Comics, Secret Scout, and Raid 2020. Maybe I'll review that in the year 2020. Anyway, Color Dreams, for whatever reason, decided they wanted to start doing Bible games, now under the name Wisdom Tree. Essentially, they were recycling some of their old Color Dreams games and adding Christian themes. For example, here we have Menace Beach, which was turned into Sunday Fun Day. Let's check it out. So this is Menace Beach. Basically, you're some kid on a skateboard trying to rescue some girl. It's plagued by god-awful control, a pathetic attack range, and the most annoying level design I've ever seen. But the most interesting thing about this game is that between each level, you see your girlfriend begging you to rescue her, and each time, her clothes gradually disappear. The first time playing this, I didn't even realize what was happening. She says, "I've been here so long, my clothes are starting to rot." Seriously, that's the only explanation. I think she would die of starvation before her clothes would rot. But the funny thing is that it's a strangely effective way to get you to play the game because just for curiosity's sake, it makes you wonder how much of her clothes are going to come off. It's like, hey, we got this horrible, shitty game, but there's a girl taking her clothes off, so you gotta keep playing. How did this turn into a Bible game? Well, let's find out. Here comes Sunday Fun Day. It might interest you to know, this is actually the last game ever made for the NES, and it was as late as 1995. Oh, no, there's 3 games. Oh boy, well, let's try them all. Here's Fishfall. Okay, you're a hand trying to grab falling fish and throw them up into a floating basket. What does this have to do with the Bible? What does catching parachuting fish and throwing them up at an electric eel have to do with the Bible? Oh, okay, it's got some Bible verses thrown in. Now it makes perfect sense. Okay, let's try For Him. What? It's karaoke?
You idiot.
Please. Now that I've wasted my time with all that, let's play Sunday Funday. Well, it's identical to Menace Beach. Just look at the title screens. It's the same exact game. Now, there are a few minor differences, but we'll get to them as we go. Instead of trying to rescue your girl, you're not even going to believe this when I tell you. You're trying to get to Sunday school. Yeah. Now, as much as that's the dumbest idea I've ever heard for a game, what I don't understand is why that's so difficult. Who are these raging atheists that don't want you to go to church? It's bad enough that the entire town's trying to stop you, but what's with the flying clowns, the old ladies coming out of boxes, and animals coming out of sewer holes? What's this guy's problem? Like, why does everyone want him dead? I'd say he's having quite a day. And the funny thing is, he probably gets to church and doesn't even mention it. Like, oh, what do you do on this Sunday morning before church? Oh, well, I flew on a balloon that I got from some clown, and then I went through the sewers and beat up a bunch of plumbers. I hopped on some frog and bounced around on a bunch of springs and shit. Then I threw a bomb and blew some guy's fucking face off. Yeah, look at the face. Ooh, God, that's so violent. Now, instead of the stripping chick, you get this annoying bitch who does nothing but nag you. Get your ass to Sunday school. The only other thing I've noticed that's been changed are some of the enemies. Ninjas are now kids, and these Elvis-looking guys are now plumbers. Maybe ninjas were too violent, and Elvis's devilish rock and roll was too much for a religious game. But everything else fits perfectly fine. Why does a bird come out every time you kill someone, and why they turn from white to black? Kind of like a reverse Michael Jackson. Your attack is so pathetic. It seems you have to keep skating past people while tapping the button, and I never figured out the right timing. It's just luck whether you hit them or not. What are you supposed to be doing anyway? Just spinning around? Look at this. I'm still trying to hit this guy. Finally. Oh, fuck. Another real piss off is that it keeps going dark. Seems like I'm running into that problem a lot with games lately. It's so annoying. You have to keep hitting the switches to keep the room bright. Oh, come on, get the damn switch. Oh, what the fuck? Oh, man. I really hate those springs. All I'm trying to do is go down and to the right, but I can't make it. Oh. Oh, shit. Oh, God. When you don't want the springs to bounce you around, they do. And when you want them to, they don't. What the fuck? Why didn't it bounce me? There's also these squares that make you fall through the pipes. I don't know what that's about. Some enemies you can only kill with bombs, and trying to get them to stand near a bomb is ridiculously hard. Come on. Of course he's not going to come near it. Okay, there. Perfect. He's laughing, he's got 2 bombs ready to blow, and he walks away. Okay, there's another one. Of course, he goes right past it. Oh, there he goes. Fuck. Okay, look at this. This is nice. I'm stuck. I need a balloon to fly over the hole, but I need to go back to get the balloon. Too bad I can't jump high enough, so it's time to commit suicide. Here's the problem. This little ledge shouldn't be here. It's pointless because once you're there, you're stuck. Oh, fuck, get me away from the bombs. I hate those fucking springs. Gah! Oh, got lucky there. I hate those fucking things. They're the worst. Damn! Oh, this game is so annoying. Look at this. I got trapped in some sort of pipe. There's no way down. What I'm trying to do is get on the floor and go under it. But there's a fucking spring that comes up. Then there's that damn switch making it go dark. I get bounced all over the place. Man, just get down there. Oh, 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 fuck. I'm surprised. This game is actually really hard. It's one of the hardest I've ever played. Mostly because of this shit right here. You have to bounce on a bunch of springs. Some bounce you up and some bounce you down. The idea is not to touch the ones that bounce you down or else you die. But there's no clear distinction. They all look the same. At first, there's a pattern. Up, down, down. That's real nice. So it fucking fools you into thinking that there's a pattern, and then it just throws you off. But trying to avoid those down springs is almost impossible. Oh my fuck. Fuck this game. Fuck this fucking piece of shit. Oh man, I'm doing good. Holy shit, I might actually make it. Fuck!
Oh boy. Alright, well, that's enough with that one. It's time to wrap things up. I got something to blow the lid off the crap barrel. Time to flick the shit switch, turn up the diarrhea dial. It's Bible games on CDI. Yeah, we're living on the edge. We're like living on a prayer.
First, we have Moses, the Exodus. Honestly, there's not much to say. It's basically an educational tool with some games thrown in. First, there's Pyramid Pursuit. This is the main game. Basically, you're exploring a pyramid. It's a point-and-click game, but not a good one that actually makes you think. This one is a no-brainer. It flat out explains what you're supposed to do. Go this way, go that way. The voices are the fuckest baloney shit you'll ever hear.
I'm an idol worshipped by many. There's someone downstairs who worships me.
What is it, a robot? But let me give you a quick tour of the other stuff. First, you have this animated story about Moses.
Moses trusted God. He knew that no matter what, God would take care of him.
Then you have Tell Me More, which is basically just more history lessons about the Bible.
In the time of Moses, a sacrifice might be an animal like an ox.
Then you have the Bible, which is just scripture from the Bible. Then you have the Playroom. The first thing you'll notice is the sing-along. It's just a bunch of karaoke songs.
We've got a choice to make. Leading the way. I've got to do it.
But tell me, why is Moses and Me graffitied on a wall? Then there's a slider puzzle. Nothing to say about that. Then there's the coloring book, and this is where things become really ass. It's kind of like Mario Paint, but really hard to control. Seriously, your pointer just jumps all over the place. And what the hell's going on here? Leprosy? That's nice. Then there's this connect the dots bullshit. If you miss the dot, you get this irritating voice.
Whoops.
If you get the dot, you get the irritating voice.
Yippee!
And it never fucking stops.
Yippee! Yippee! Whoops. Yippee! 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 Whoops. Yippee!
Is that really necessary? Like, what are they, fucking crazy? Well, anyway, that's about all there is to say about that. The other two games are the same deal.
They all have the same puzzle games, sing-along, and all that. The only real difference is the main games. David and Goliath has this board game.
I am Goliath.
You've landed on Goliath's square. That'll send him back.
It doesn't make much sense because you never see the entire board, so you don't know where Goliath is. That's like if you were playing Monopoly and you put your face up to the game. You never know what's going on. The last game, Story of Sansom, has a game called Riddler's Race. So was the Riddler in the Bible? I didn't know that. So basically, you're a harpist on your way to play the harp at Sansom's wedding. But there's a bunch of people after you, and if they catch you, you have to answer a Bible riddle. Yep, that's it.
Alright, well, I think I'm done. There's not really any more Bible games, or at least ones that actually qualify as games. There's one on Game Boy called the King James Bible. It's extremely rare, but all it is literally the whole Bible on a Game Boy cartridge. So I'm going to draw the line right there. So have a happy holidays and all that good shit. Merry Christmas to all, and all a good fucking night.
He's playing some games, the worst he recalls. He's gonna find out which one sucked the most balls. The angry video game nerd is here.
Michael Jackson's Moonwalker. Right off the bat, you want to laugh. I know you do. But think back to the 80s when everybody was into Michael Jackson. Sure, now he's a subject of joke and ridicule, but you gotta remember, I think Dave Chappelle said it best, he made Thriller. Thriller.
Back then, there weren't too many video games where you can play as a celebrity, so that's why it was a big deal. It was based off the arcade game of the same name, which was based off the movie of the same name. It was one of the first games that attracted us to the new Sega Mega Drive, known as the Genesis in North America. NES players like myself looked on with envy when this sexy beast hit the scene. It was black, it was round, and it said 16-bit right on the front, like in your face, bitch! Moonwalker was one of the first Genesis games I ever played. At the time, I thought it was awesome, but other than the novelty of it being Michael Jackson, there wasn't really anything too special about it.
The only question is, are you bad? Are you bad? Let's find out. As it begins, Michael flips a coin in the jukebox and Smooth Criminal starts up. So all you do is go around, kick fairy dust at people, and rescue kids. Yeah, you can't advance the next level until you get all the kids. Now, I know what we're all thinking here, but really, that's all it is. You're just rescuing the kids.
Michael! 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 Michael!
But who are these kidnappers, and why are there so many kids? Why do they all look the same? And why do you have to open doors, look in windows, and spin bushes open to find them? Couldn't there be a better way? That's the main problem I have with this game, is how redundant it is. You can't skip any doors, because if you go through the whole stage and miss just one kid, you have to go back. And of course, you're not going to remember which door you didn't open, so you got to open them all again. You have no choice but to stop and check every single door, every single window, and leave no stone unturned, quite literally. Most of the later stages don't even follow a linear pattern. They don't go from left to right or top to bottom. They're all over the place. So you're always going to be confused which spots you already checked. There's one stage where you're checking cars, but often there's a bomb in the car that you can't avoid. You don't even need to get hit by the explosion. The bomb itself hurts you. Even if you check the same car twice, there's another bomb. You have no choice but to check every car. So the only way to avoid the bombs is if you played the game so many times that you can actually remember which cars have kids and which ones have bombs. I'm also not very fond of the kick, because if your enemies are shorter than you, it doesn't help. Like these spiders. These dogs. They're such a bitch. Literally. A lot of animal abuse in these games. There's a variety of special moves which are kind of cool. Michael can spin, throw his hat, grab his crotch.
Já vou.
Why? Why would they put that in a game? How could they put that in a game? It just seems by tapping buttons, you figure out all kinds of different moves that don't have any purpose.
Eu já tô indo, porra.
What does that do? And if you hold the attack button and D-pad in the correct way, then you can actually moonwalk. But again, it has no purpose, and it usually results in taking a hit.
Ow. Caralho, esqueci de desligar o microfone. Voltei e esqueci de desligar o microfone.
The special moves drain your energy, and I mean a lot of it. You can make everybody dance, which takes out everyone on the screen, but what's the point of doing that if it drains half your energy? Still, it's worth it just for the amusement factor, and even the dogs dance. There's also an invincibility move, but let me tell you how this works. Every once in a while, a shooting star comes by. It's rare, but if you manage to act fast enough to touch it, this happens. Oh man, he just changed from Michael Jackson to Mecha Jackson, the king of Robopop. It's enough that you're invincible for a brief moment, but you can fly, you can shoot lasers, and you can scatter bombs all over. This is one of the most awesome things I've ever seen. Only problem, you can't rescue kids. I guess they don't respond too well to giant laser shooting robots. The navigation is a pain in the ass. In the cavern, you have to figure out that you can break the walls. If you didn't know that, you're kind of screwed. Every stage seems to have its own rules, but it's never self-explanatory. It took me a while to figure out that I needed to go down these sewers. At first, I thought they were just part of the scenery, because when you push down, nothing happens. You have to know to do the spin. Each stage, after you find all the kids, you have to fight a boss. But rather than the boss just simply appearing, Bubbles comes in and tells you where to go. So naturally, you just follow where he's pointing. But sometimes he points straight up or straight down. And you can't go that way, so you're never sure exactly where you're supposed to go. Finally, when you get to the spot, the boss appears, runs away, and then a bunch of bad guys come out you gotta fight. It's just like a little endurance round. But why can't this happen right after you find the last kid? Why does Bubbles have to lead you around? While this is happening, there's no enemies to fight. There's nothing. You're just walking to the boss. There's no purpose at all. It's like in Simon's Quest when you're walking through Dracula's castle and there's no enemies or obstacles. You just walk down steps and keep on going till you get there. It's a waste of gameplay. What's the point? Also, it's very specific where you have to stand. Like here, the boss didn't come out just because I was on this platform. I have to be on the ground. Also, this boss guy that keeps running away, even though you don't fight him, you can still take damage if you touch him. Here, I'm just walking around, looking for the boss, looking for the boss. Oh, here he is. I didn't expect that. Hey, I can't jump over him. What, I'm stuck? What is this shit? This is bullshit. God, jeez! And when you die during the boss part, you don't start right where you left off. You have to start with Bubbles again. What's the point of having to walk all the way to the boss again? Where's the thriller music? Instead, it's another part of me from the Bad album. Why would they go through the trouble of including a graveyard scene in a Michael Jackson game and not use Thriller? I guess if you do the dance move, you'll hear it. No? That's the Thriller dance, but where's the music? Only if I do the dance in stage 3-3, I get a different song, Billie Jean. Apparently, some copies of the game have Thriller and others don't. That makes no sense. At this point is where the game starts to get really hard. Look at all these zombies. You think there's enough? And that's really fair considering I can only attack one side at a time. The dance doesn't help because even if you wipe out every zombie on the screen, there's still like 10 times more on the way. So draining half your energy isn't worth it. Holy shit, there's so many zombies. So many zombies. Oh my god, there's like, stop. Oh, holy god, there's so many. Oh my god.
Nossa, tem que pausar, não posso ver o que você tá vendo?
Ah!
Fuck.
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to get done in a list view. Next, I set a priority and a due date to keep things on track. I create custom statuses to organize my progress exactly how I want it.
Foda-se, caralho. To the past. Play the shitty games that suckers have below. We are dampened to his ear. Asshole. Need to be Nintendo nerd.
I fucking hate this game. And to begin with, I didn't really expect much. Mylon's Secret Castle. If you don't know who Mylon is, well, he's the guy from Mylon's Secret Castle. It's a humble game. It's not Mario or Mega Man or Michael Jackson. It's just Mylon or Millen or Milan, whatever. So it may not be one of the most famous NES titles that everybody owned in their collection. No, this was the kind of game you rent from the video store one weekend. You play it for about 5 minutes, you get stuck, and then your whole weekend is wasted.
It's disappointing because this looks like an okay game. It's just a side-scroller where you're trying to rescue a princess. Basic stuff. The first thing that bugs me is the weapon. Why bubbles? Why not a sword or magic lightning bolts or fireballs or a gun or undefined pixelized pieces of shit? Fucking anything but bubbles. What is this game for little girls? Besides, they suck. They have a short range and they always point up at an angle, making it hard to hit their mark unless you hold the D-pad in a weird way. It's hard to explain. The control isn't the worst I've experienced, but it feels stiff. As soon as you release the D-pad, Mylon stops dead in his tracks. He doesn't gain momentum the way Mario does, for example. So, less than 30 seconds into the game, you come to a point where you can't go any further. You can jump till the cows come home. You will not get up there. That's when you either shut the game off or discover that you can use bubbles to break open stones. There you go. You also have to break stones to find money, keys, doors, everything. Literally, nothing is in plain sight. But the real annoying part, you can't tell which stones can be broken and which ones can't. In a good game like Zelda, there's always a crack in the wall, giving you indication that there's something there. But in a bad game like this, you have no choice but to just blindly shoot bubbles at everything you see. And you know what that's like? Yeah, you do. That's like in Simon's Quest, where you have to throw holy water at everything. What's the point? There's no thought process. You're just blasting away blocks. The same way the game's blasting away all your fucking brain cells. But even then, it doesn't take much longer to find out that you're stuck. I'm gonna give you a little tour. Here's the first part of the game. You can explore the whole outside of the castle, but you can't go up to the second level yet. For now, all you have is 3 doors and a window. The first door leads to a room that has nothing interesting. The only thing interesting here is an area with a bunch of money. But how the hell do you get over there? It's like the game is deliberately taunting you. Hey, you want that money, don't you? You want that money. Yeah, you want that money. You want that money? Yeah, well, fuck you. You can't have it. So you blast a bunch of blocks, find a key, and then make a door appear by shooting in the thin air. So, you use the key to go in the door, and after all that trouble, where does it lead you? Back out the same door you came in. So, the whole point of that first door is a complete waste of fucking time. The second door is a shop. There's only one item for sale, Shrink Potion. Shrink when you touch the glove. What glove? Oh, this glove? A fucking boxing glove that makes you shrink? Sure, whatever. Then he also gives you hints, like a crystal has mysterious powers, and find a saw. Okay, so how does that help me? Now I know I'm looking for a saw. Obviously, if I find something that resembles a saw, I'm gonna get it anyway. Then we go in the window. Here, there's just an empty room. There's nothing except for a door, and you can't go in the door, of course. Is it locked? Do I need a key? The game doesn't even have the courtesy to let you know. A little message would be nice. The third and final door leads to another room. I'd like to point out here that once you enter a room, you can't go back out. So basically, you're trapped and have no choice but to persevere. You gotta find the door. It's mindless enough that you have to shoot bubbles in the thin air for the door to appear, but look how specific it has to be. I shoot the bubble right where the door is. Nothing happens. I gotta shoot just one space above it. As long as the bubble goes where the door is, why does it matter? But even then, the door's locked, so you gotta find the key. Even if you know where the key is, making it appear is another story. I know it's there, why doesn't it show itself? If I wander away and goof around a little more, I'll come back, and there it is. I still don't understand how to make the key appear. Basically, what the game is telling me, in order to get the door and key, you just gotta waste enough time. Then where's the door lead? Right back out the same fucking door I came in. Well, if the whole objective of that room is just finding your way back out, why couldn't the exit just be where I started to save all the trouble? Everything is a dead end. How did they design a game where all you have are 2 doors that lead to rooms that lead back to the same doors? It's a maze that has no end.
So that's when you need the power. Nintendo power. It's like you want to know how to beat the game? Well, you gotta buy our magazine, you dumb little shits. This is the classified information section. Usually this is all about cheats. Golgo 13, stage select, spy hunter, start with all weapons, wizards and warriors, bypass the wizard, Mario 2, shortcuts to Birdo, Milon's secret castle, getting started. That's not a cheat. That's just how to play the fucking game. The basic rules of the game needed Nintendo power. That is some fuck.
So here's the deal. That empty room, you gotta fight a demon. The demon doesn't appear until you get the spring shoes, which will also help with those hard to reach places. But where do you get the spring shoes? First, you shoot out these blocks. Then you push the one block that doesn't break. That alone is almost impossible to find out. At first, you don't realize that you're able to push the block because it takes like 3 seconds to happen. And it doesn't look like Milon's pushing, he's just running against it. But that's not all. Then you have to shoot the empty space where the block used to be. A secret door appears, and in there you can buy the spring shoes. How can it be a secret if it's something you absolutely need to do in order to advance with the game? You gotta explore every last inch of the whole castle. If you break it down to every space that could possibly be a hidden door, that's about 240 spaces per screen. And if you count all the blocks that could be in need of moving, let's say 120. And it's roughly 4 screens per room. That's a total of 2,880 bubbles you gotta throw just to get through the first level of the castle. Wow. So once you have all the items you need, you go back to that empty room, and now there's the first boss. This is when you start to realize how fast your energy can be drained. In most games, when you get hit, you blink, becoming immune to damage for a brief time. But in this game, you can be killed almost instantly. When you beat the boss, an orb comes down. What is this, Castlevania? Do I gotta throw an oak stake at it? So then you advance to the second level of the castle. Here, the mystery and confusion only accelerates. There's a well that's totally dark and a room that's full of deadly fire. You never know where you're supposed to go first. So what do? Get the power. In this issue, there's a section in Counselor's Corner where gamers' questions are answered. Why Counselor's Corner? Because you're gonna need counseling after you're done with this shit.
Alright, so let's see what it has to say. What the hell?
I was just standing outside the castle minding my own business when lightning bolts start coming down. Isn't this supposed to be the safe spot? Imagine if any other game had that. If you're like on the overworld or map screen and then all of a sudden shit starts attacking. At least it has a pause feature. So you need a lantern to go through the dark room. You need a fireproof vest to get through the fire room. You gotta go through secret walls, some of which require shrinking in size. Now I'm really losing my patience. This princess can go fuck herself. So here's the second boss. Looks like a giant turd that's been run over by a steamroller. Alright, come on, you piece of shit. Ah, fuck. I'm dead. What? The title screen? Oh, come on, you gotta be able to continue. What?
You go back to the beginning? No continues? No extra lives? What is this? You die one time, you go back to the beginning of the game? That is the greatest offense to the world of gaming. And you don't even start with full energy. Like, at least have one or the other. There's gotta be a code. Let's check this out. So, there is a continue code. Hold left and push start. Well, that's really simple, but if you didn't know that, you'd be screwed. Mylon's secret castle. More like Mylon's shitty asshole! Looks like it could have been a good game, but instead, they were just fucking jerking off. I can't believe Hudson put their brand name all over this. You can find the Hudson B, and there's letters that spell Hudson. So I guess by sneaking their name in here so much, they must have been really proud of this game. And so am I, because it killed more brain cells than I could possibly imagine. The whole game is based on secrets, but there's a difference between secret and just fucking impossible. Fuck this game!
Praia pé de escola. A cerveja que desce é redonda.
Cocô, bibi, xixi. You do your best. Splashing in the suckers and a hair. A buffalo. Take a theory at the penis here. The alternate asshole. The kid's then I will pure. Ingrid's cable. Angry Tendodo. Weak Sarah Sigadur. Angry Video Game.
Atari, ah yes, a name so dearly loved from the golden age of history. A magical time when there was no internet, no cell phones, just electronic video games. Okay, it was the dark ages, but life was simple. Atari was the prime innovator in video arcades, home computers, and home video game consoles. The Atari 2600 revolutionized the game industry. It made popular the use of changeable cartridges and plug-in controllers. The games were primitive and choppy, but back in those days, they were fascinating. But then there came competition. The Odyssey 2, Intellivision, ColecoVision. Everybody was trying to take advantage of the video gaming craze. It wasn't like today where you have a choice of only 3 consoles. Back then, there were so many fucking video game systems it made your head spin. Also, there wasn't any way to know which games were good and which games were bad, so consumers were alienated by an overblown market. So Atari made another console, the 5200. It replaced the TV game switch with an automatic switch box. It also tried to eliminate the use of wires by plugging the AC adapter directly into the switch box. But that only made it more confusing. The controllers had a pause button, which was new at the time, but the joysticks were faulty and unreliable. What it all came down to, the 5200 was an oversized piece of shit. I made a whole video about it, that's how much that sucks. Following the video game crash of 1983 and 84, Nintendo and Sega would rise from the ashes, once again revolutionizing the market and ushering in a new generation of gaming. Atari threw their hat in the ring again with the 7800. This one resolved all the issues with the 5200. The controller ports allowed you to use the same controllers as the 2600, and it was also backwards compatible with the 2600 games. The 7800 games featured better graphics, but didn't have much to offer in comparison with Nintendo. So, once again, it bit the dust. Afterwards, Atari stopped naming their consoles after numbers and instead started naming them after cats. The Atari Lynx was the first handheld console that was in color, but it found itself sandwiched between the more successful portable game systems, the Nintendo Game Boy and Sega Game Gear. Though the Lynx was pretty cool, gamers found it to be a little bulky, even with the Lynx 2, the new design model. The Lynx 1 took more batteries and drained them faster than the Game Boy. Also, it didn't have the same third-party support as the others, so it lost again. Meanwhile, Nintendo and Sega were in steady competition, but whether anyone preferred the NES library games or the Sega Genesis games was a matter of opinion. However, the debate amongst the fans and Sega's marketing campaign came down to one simple fact. The Genesis was 16-bit and the NES was only 8.
This started a little trend I like to call the bit wars. Nobody ever talked about bits before that, and nobody ever talked about bits since. And what are bits anyway? Nobody knew, they're just bits. Try explaining that to your parents. Oh, I want a Super Nintendo for Christmas. Don't you already have a Nintendo? Yeah, but this one's 16-bit. What's that? I don't know.
Other than it meaning the graphics were better, that's all we cared about. But the bit wars brought down our sense of gaming to numbers. People began to care more about the graphics and less about the actual gameplay. It was to the point that some consoles even used a number of bits in their name, like the TurboGrafx 16 and the Nintendo 64.
But in 1993, one console would come along to remind us that bits aren't everything. It was the Atari Jaguar, and it was
Ele era 32 bits.
64-bit game system.
Não,
We were like,
puta
damn,
caralho.
64? That's like 4 times the bits. Even the official advertising slogan said, do the math.
E se eu não me engano, o console era uma merda.
But beyond its vicious exterior and rotating Jaguar cube on the startup screen, it had little to offer. Gamers who were suckered in found a mediocre library of games and graphics that failed to impress. The controllers were huge and they had keypads, much like the ColecoVision and Intellivision. And like those, there were overlays which sometimes come in handy, but for most games, they're unnecessary. The cartridges don't have end labels, so I had to make my own. Seriously, is there any good reason not to have end labels? I guess instead to have these weird handles. What's the point? Do I really need that extra grip? None of the other top-loading consoles had that. It's like, oh god, I can't get the game out. Oh god, I need a handle. Man, I just can't get a grip. Gotta have a handle. And speaking of top-loading consoles, notice how they all have a door. That's to protect from dust. That's
Já vou.
Bora.
good thing, but the Jaguar doesn't have that. Why not? But before I can review any games, we need to discuss the graphics. This is Zool 2. Now, without criticizing the game, it's a typical side-scroller, but look at it. The graphics don't look any better than Sonic the Hedgehog, and that was 16-bit. Maybe a bad choice of game, so let's give it the benefit of the doubt and try something else. Brutal Sports Football. Another okay game. Once again, the graphics aren't too impressive. Where did the other 48 bits go? Let's try Checkered Flag. This showcases the graphic capabilities a little more, just the fact that it puts you into a three-dimensional environment. But compare it to F-Zero on Super Nintendo. 48 bits less, but a million times more appealing to the eye. Now look at Cybermorph. It's a flying game with polygon graphics. Going back to Super NES one more time, look at Star Fox. Are we missing something here? For a game console that claims to be 64-bit, it really doesn't show a whole lot of improvement.
This caused a lot of debate amongst gamers whether or not it really was 64-bit. It's a topic that usually overshadows the Jaguar itself, but it's something that we just need to get out of the way.
Well, we do know that Atari was originally planning a 32-bit system called the Panther, but decided to skip it and leap ahead. The Jaguar still used a 32-bit graphic processing unit, but through a combination of other processors somehow added up to 64. It's technical and confusing, but the point is the Jaguar was a rare species, not built like most game consoles. That made it harder for programmers to develop games on it, and as a result, many games didn't utilize its full capabilities, whatever they could have been.
So I've given you a little history of Atari and how it tried to win the bit wars. Now that we got that out of the way, check in for part 2 and we'll actually play some Jaguar games. Or if you want to be cool, you say play some Jag.
Alright, let's play some Jag. We've already established that the graphics weren't much of a leap for 64 bits, but graphics aren't everything. Take a look at Tempest 2000. It's an arcade-style game with a three-dimensional feel. It's really addicting and fun to play. Basically, you're in space with a bunch of 3D shapes, just shooting stuff and collecting power-ups. Funny to think that something so simple happens to be one of the best games the Jaguar has to offer. It even has some good kick-ass music. So kick-ass that there was actually a soundtrack on CD. But what's this monster on the cover? Does that ever happen in the game? Let's check out Alien vs. Predator. It's a first-person sort of survival horror thing. You can play as not only the alien and the predator, but as a Marine. And with each character, your objectives are completely different. Surprisingly, it's most fun to play as the Marine because you have a gun. But with the Alien and Predator, you have to sneak up on people. Not much to say, but it's another memorable game on the Jaguar. Next up, the big motherfucker of first-person shooters, Doom. This is one of the best console ports of Doom that I've played. It comes as close to the PC version as it gets, but they had to ruin it with one thing. There's no music during the gameplay. Really? Was there any reason not to have music? Did they run out of time? Some might consider it scarier that way, but it would have been nice to have the option. I call this one Silent Doom, so just put on some Slayer and you're all set. So I think I covered most of the real famous
põe num Slayer e
games.
pronto.
So now let's look at something more obscure. Attack of the Mutant Penguins. I gotta admit, the name alone got my attention. But what the hell's going on? From what I understand, there's a bunch of penguins walking around. They buy tickets and then go into a transformation booth where they become evil mutant penguins. And from there, they go to the Doom Scale. Yeah, the Doom Scale. They jump in the mouth and then appear on the scale. So you gotta stop the penguins by using a weapon. For example, a baseball bat. How do you get the bat? You gotta collect letters that spell the word bat. Where do you find the letters? Inside treasure chests. But how do you open the treasure chests? A key, right? No, gremlins. Yeah, you collect what they call gremlins, and supposedly you drop the gremlins inside the treasure chest and then it opens. But no, it doesn't open right away. It takes like 10 seconds. The more gremlins you use, the faster it opens. But it doesn't open, it like explodes. When you get the bat, you gotta kill all the penguins, but they don't die if you hit them. Instead, there's a bunch bunch of power orbs that scatter all over. You gotta get all the power orbs to power up your bat so you can kill the penguins. But you only kill the penguins wearing hats because the ones that don't wear hats fight the ones that do wear hats. If the mutant penguins on the Doom scale outweigh the regular penguins, the Doom scale starts screaming and going apeshit.
This is the weirdest game I've ever played. I mean, it's not bad if you're drunk or high or something, but how do they come up with this shit? I got it. I could come up with a game like this. How about you're a shark and you gotta shake palm trees till trains fall down, and you put the trains in an apple, and then turkeys come and eat the apples, and then the turkeys go up waterfalls, and to get them down, you have to collect monkey butts. So you drop the monkey butts on power lines, and then... Alright, what's next?
A fighting game, and a really bad one. Most fighting games have a character select screen. In fact, all of them have that, right? Well, not this one. Instead, it's got this weird first-person sort of thing. You walk around and touch statues to pick your character. It's so awkward. How did they fuck up something as easy as the select screen? Even worse, when playing the one-player mode, you only get a choice of playing as two characters. You have to beat the other characters to unlock them. That alone makes it more of a pain in the ass than it has to be. The game itself is pretty much a Mortal Kombat clone, with every hit making pools of blood fall down, and it even has death moves. But it's also one of those games that wimps out by censoring the violence. You have to put in a parental password just to turn the blood on. Basically, it's just a 6-digit code. But what's the chance of kids not figuring out the code before their parents do? But once it's unlocked, you still need to set the level of blood. So in case you want there to be a little bit of blood, but not too much, like who the fuck cares? Just turn the goddamn blood on. The control is horrible. It's almost as bad as Shaq Fu. I'm not kidding. The attacks are sluggish, there's not much strategy, and you'll never guess how to do the special moves. You try everything, back forward kick, down forward punch, half circle back punch, you know, the typical stuff. But none of that works. So you gotta either maybe have the instruction manual or go on the internet to get the moves. You gotta hold the C button. Like instead of down forward C, you gotta hold C while you do it. Why couldn't it be something more common? I think one basic important thing in any fighting game is being able to pick it up and play. And the special moves are ridiculous. Like, what is this? He shoots fireballs at his dick? Or maybe it's a gaping flame vagina? Who the fuck knows? Somebody was not right in the head. This game is fucking horrible. How do you wash down the bad taste of one shitty game with another? Cybermorph. I already mentioned that this one looks worse than Star Fox, but let's give it a chance.
Good luck. Where did you learn to fly?
What's with this green face? It's disturbing.
Where did you learn to fly?
Stop talking to me.
Where did you learn to fly? Where did you learn to fly?
Every single time you hit something, it says that.
Where did you learn
Knock it off. God, the mountains come out of nowhere. They just pop up, giving you no time to react. And when you die, it picks you up right where you left off. Sometimes I complain about games making you start back at the beginning, but this one literally puts you right back where you are. Imagine if in Super Mario Brothers you run into a Goomba and die. Okay, then what? Does it start you right in front of the Goomba again?
Where did you learn
that voice just never stops.
Where did you learn to
Shut
fly?
up.
Where did you learn to fly? Where did you learn to fly? Where did you learn?
Come on! That's enough of that. Oh, gotta get out of my head.
Where did you learn to fly? Where did you learn to fly? Where did you learn to fly?
Oh, I gotta get out of my head.
Where did you learn?
I gotta get out of my head.
Where did you learn to fly?
Stop!
Where did you learn to fly?
Oh shit! Oh shit!
Where did you learn to fly?
Where'd you learn to be an asshole? Jaguar, I've had all I can take. You're the most fucking... Did you just growl at me? Oh God! Jaguar. Well, okay, we played a few Jaguar games. We played a sports game, a side-scroller, a first-person shooter, a fighting game, a racing game, and a flying game. Some good games, some bad games, and overall, makes me want to puke. Like a cat. And then what do? They make a CD add-on. Yeah, the fucking Jaguar CD. There's something about this that perplexes me. You have a game console that not many people owned, so you make an add-on that requires owning the game console. What were they thinking?
It should have just been its own individual game system. Besides, the fucking thing has its own AC adapter, so that's two. One for the Jaguar and one for the Jaguar CD. And that's some cool looking design. It looks just like a toilet. Yeah, it's a fucking toilet. What a perfect analogy. I would review some games, but there's one problem. Fucking bastard doesn't work. Not even the cartridge slot, so I can't even play my regular Jaguar games while this thing's connected. I tried using different AC adapters, but nothing worked. It simply won't read the disc. So I sent this broken piece of shit to my friend Richard to see if he could fix it. He invented the Nintoaster, a fully functional NES made out of a toaster. He also made the Super Genentari, which plays NES, SNES, Genesis, and Atari 2600 games. So game mechanisms are his specialty. If he can't fix it, then it's fucked. Here's his diagnosis.
Yes, the Atari Jaguar CD. What a steaming pile of fucking shit that was. I want to make sure there's nothing wrong with the console itself first, just to rule it out. So I plug in a game, push the power button, the Jaguar logo comes careening towards me in the foreground, and after a particularly hilarious fucking startup sequence, I'm playing some Tempest 2000. Whoa! So now I know there's nothing wrong with the console itself. Time to move on to the CD unit. So I plug it in, hook up the additional 47 cables that came with it, push the power button, the logo comes careening towards me in the foreground, snarls, and the red screen of death, indicating a connection problem. So, the first thing I did was deep clean every single contact point on both the console and the CD unit. I turned it on, red screen. Then I went back and made physical adjustments to every contact point in both the console and CD unit so it'd make a more solid connection. Turned it on, red screen. Finally, I just said fuck it and directly wired those two sons of bitches together, completely bypassing any and all cartridge ports and ruling out the remote chance of there ever being any kind of connection issue between the two systems. I turned it on, and guess what? Red screen! So at this point, I pretty much just gave up and shipped everything back to him, along with a Pong machine, which pretty much just says, I'm sorry, man, this thing is just too shitty for me to work on. I think between the flaming fuck you middle finger red screens and getting snarled at the same time, this machine has become self-aware and does not want to be repaired. That is my diagnosis. Richard out.
Well, thanks for trying. And thanks for the Pong console. Would you believe that a 30-year-old Pong console attached to a cell phone adapter would work, but a cutting-edge snarling Jaguar doesn't? There's something wrong here. And you know what? I blew $250 on this thing. So, you know what I did? Bought another one. Yeah. And guess what? It doesn't work either. So, that's about $450 total I blew on two dead Jaguars. And these things are rare, so when the only two that I can manage to get my hands on just don't work, that leads me to believe that these things most definitely are self-aware. They don't want to work. You can't make them. They just refuse to be reviewed. And I've never had that happen. So, the end. I gotta take a shit.
If they move, kill them. Yeah, shoot them. Shoot them. That's what you do. Kill everybody on the screen. Don't let anybody live. That's what games were all about. You see somebody, you pump their motherfucking ass full of lead. But then came along a game
Voltei.
On the Japanese home computer, the MSX2. It was called Metal Gear, and it was a fresh new idea. It was about survival rather than blunt force. Instead of running up and killing everybody, it was all about getting by undetected. It was an epic, revolutionary idea, and it paved the way for the stealth genre. Snake would become one of the classic video game characters, and of course it was one of the most popular names of the 80s, next to Michael. I always think of Snake from Escape from New York, or the wrestler Jake the Snake, and his full name is Solid Snake. Might as well just be Erect Cock. There were so many sequels it gets confusing, maybe even chronologically confusing. There was Metal Gear 2, Solid Snake, Metal Gear Solid, and Metal Gear Solid 2. Could they have come up with the title?
Meu, cara, deixa eu te falar uma coisa bem engraçada aí. Teve um cara que ele se inscreveu no meu canal da Twitch achando que eu era mulher. E tipo, eu tava quieto no canto, vendo um vídeo enquanto eu li um livro do Senhor dos Anéis, então eu tava bem quieto. E não dava pra ver direito o meu rosto. Daí no que eu voltei a falar de coisa, o cara, ele mandou um monte de palavrão no chat e se desinscreveu do canal porque percebeu que eu era homem. Porra. Mas, sério, isso foi muito engraçado isso que aconteceu. Fiquei tipo, porra. O cara sem nem pra ver as outras lives pra sacar que. Cara burro do caralho.
Title that sounded different? Like, which one's the real two? Well, if you want to get technical, the first sequel was Snake's Revenge, but that was only a sequel to the NES version. The original game's developer, Hideo Kojima, wasn't involved in either of the NES versions.
Mestre. O cara só faz jogaço.
So, Metal Gear 2 Solid Snake was the first true sequel. But again, it was on the MSX2, so unless you lived in Japan, chances are you weren't aware of it at the time. Metal Gear Solid was basically the third in the series, but it was the first one that most people played because it was on the PlayStation. It was also the first one to utilize 3D environments, first-person views, and cinematic elements. Today, there's so many Metal Gear Solid sequels and so many versions of each game, it's out of control.
The point is, today, Metal Gear is a franchise. But forget about all that for just one moment. Pretend that it's 1988 and we don't live in Japan. To our knowledge, the only game is Metal Gear on the NES. I remember renting it from the video store and thinking, wow, that looks pretty cool. But there was something about the cover that was really familiar, which I never realized till now. It's Kyle Reese from the Terminator. Yeah, without a doubt.
It also has the fastest title screen in video game history. Watch how long it stays. Then it goes to the demo. Seriously, it's only up there for 2 seconds. I'll time it. There you go, 2 seconds. It's like the game saying, oh, well, you're not gonna push start? Well, fuck you then. So you drop from a parachute, and who the hell are these other 3 guys? I don't even know if you ever see them again. Then you get a briefing from your boss. He says, first attempt to contact missing our gray fox. Great, there's a typo on the first message. So then you walk over, you could either just go up and fight this guy, or wait for him to fall asleep. Or feel asleep. I guess if he feels asleep, that's good enough. But even then, when you go near him, he just wakes up. So what's the difference? Then there's all these dogs. Your first instinct's to sneak by. But look at this. I can't fucking go through. What's blocking me? If you really weren't intended to fit through, couldn't they have put these jeeps closer to the grass? You can only move along a grid, so basically you can't go near anything. Bad game design at its finest. So I punch out all these dogs, and then I just go to the next screen. Just keep walking down, walking down. Oh, fuck. What was the point of that? You know what the point was? To waste my fucking time. Now the dogs are back? Of course, it's the classic respawning enemy bullshit. So I gotta punch the fucking dogs again. And you know, who the hell goes around punching dogs? Alright, come on, you mother bitch. Come on. Ugh, damn it. Alright, now I'm gonna get in this truck here. Wow, this truck's the size of a fucking house. And it doesn't make any sense. You stay the same size, so how does the truck get bigger? Oh well, whatever. What's this? Binoculars? Alright, gonna go back out here. What the fuck? That was ridiculous! The enemies respawn if you go in the truck. It's not like I left the screen, it was just a sub area. And once you get out of the truck, you're immediately open to enemy fire. That is so fucking cheap. You wanna play dirty? Alright, fucking goddamn piece of shit. The one thing that's cool, I still have my binoculars, so I don't gotta go in that truck again. Just gonna punch this motherfucker. Die! Asshole. Go to the select screen here, choose the binoculars. Okay, so let's try them out. Alright, I'm using the D-pad. Looks like I'm scanning the environment. Just a little handy way to see what lies ahead, I suppose. Now I'm going back to the select screen, turn it off. Okay. What? You son of a bitch! The enemies respawn if you use the binoculars. You can't do anything. Was this a glitch? Or were the game designers deliberately trying to be fucking assholes? Seriously. And this whole jungle scene wasn't even in the original version. Like, let's see, what kind of stupid shit can we add? Let's take a great game and just dump an assload of diarrhea all over it. Now where the fuck am I? It's the same screen being repeated. Is it like in Zelda, where you have to go northwest, southwest? But no, you just go down. Whenever you go left or right, it just takes you back to the same spot. Then let me ask a perfectly legit question. What were they thinking? Why not just have one path? Thanks for tricking me into thinking I'm going somewhere when I'm really not. Alright, you bastard. Fuck! Oh my god. I gotta go back to the beginning every time? Are there any checkpoints? Am I ever gonna get to continue? And where's my fucking gun? Is that all I get? Just my fist? Oh, I have a pack of cigarettes too. Wow, hey kids, smoke up. The menus suck. Check it out, here's how it works. Select brings up the main menu. Now, select does nothing. B goes back to the game, and A chooses a submenu. Now, select goes back to the game, and B now does nothing, and A chooses the items. It's so inconsistent. Until you get used to it, it takes so fucking long to navigate. I'm not trying to find flaws in this game. This is honestly how I felt the first time playing this 20 years ago. I hated it. I wanted to know two things. When do I get a gun? When do I get to continue? I kept dying over and over again, and seeing that first screen so many times left a permanent mental image in my brain for the rest of my life. But once you learn how to get by, you go in the first building, and soon enough you get the gun. Once that happens, the game gets a lot easier. But still, every time you die, you go back to the fucking beginning. But like I said, you get to keep your weapons, so once you have the gun, you're all set. And some of the trucks drive you around, kind of like a warp zone, but you have no control over it. You just step into a random truck and off you go. Uh-oh, the truck have started to move. Man, these translations suck. Do you think get anybody to proofread this shitload of fuck? Anyway, each time I play it, I seem to get one step further. But there's always going to be something unexpected. Like that right there. How was I supposed to know there'd be a trap door? It's all about trial and error. And just because of that, I gotta start all over. I've heard that if you use the transceiver, it makes the trap door go away. Which it does, but you still die. What the fuck? Anyway, you go around collecting items, key cards, and rescuing hostages. But if you want a chance to read any of the dialogue boxes, you better be careful not to touch the D-pad. Yeah, you know how in most games you can cancel out the text by pushing A or B, or sometimes start, but never the fucking D-pad? Naturally, when you get an item, you're using the D-pad because you're walking toward it. So you have to remember to let go right away. That is some mixed up buffalo bullshit right there. And sometimes the dialogue box can actually get blocked. They can't keep the objects in the game from getting in front of the text? Or maybe it's to hide their inability to proofread. I have located some plastic explosive. This game's a mess. How did they fuck it up so bad? There's so many spots where you just walk into a room and drop dead. Like here, I have to switch on my gas mask. Of course, if I don't realize that, I only have 1 second to react before my health's drained all the way. And then the fucking boss calls and says, I forget to tell you something. You will need your gas mask. Oh, no shit. You're a little fucking late there, asshole. You think you could tell me before I step into the room? Not after? I mean, if I survived long enough to get his message, I would have already figured that out. But you want to know what else sucks about this room? To get in, you need to have your key card selected. Then, right away, you need to select your gas mask. So, unavoidably, you lose some health. And then once again, to get out of the room, you have to select your key card. So, twice you take damage. And as far as I know, there's no way to avoid it. Probably my favorite fucked up part is right here. See this truck? It's too close to the edge of the screen. So if you want to go in there, you have to leave the screen twice. You go right, go up, and go left. What game would ever make you do that? And it's so annoying when people gang up on you. Oh my god, get off me! Get off! I can't get them off! Fuck! But anyway, it's a pretty epic game, so most likely you won't beat it in one sitting. That's why there's a password system. But, like you'd expect, it's horrendous. Is there any reason why these passwords have to be so fucking long? Even this would be overdoing it. Why do we need this little extra part? Like, for the love of fuck. Well then, guess what? If you use the password, it starts you at the building where you left off. Why couldn't that happen just by continuing? The whole purpose of having a password is if you turn the game off and want to come back to it later, not just to continue. Imagine every time you die typing in this password. It's either that or start at the beginning, so pick your fucking poison, motherfucker. This game is the fucking crust between your balls. It's terrible, and yeah, I know it's a classic game, but when something's fucked up, it's fucked up. So if you want to rip me a new asshole, that's fine. I have like 12. Yeah, I got a Charlie Brown ghost ass. And it's not just me. Hideo Kojima himself said it slurped anal grease through a warthog's dick hole. Well, he didn't say it like that. He said it wasn't faithful to his original game. The stealth element wasn't there, and Metal Gear wasn't even in the game. Yeah, that's right. The final boss is supposed to be a robot named Metal Gear. So if you're gonna call the game Metal Gear and not have Metal Gear, that's like having Legend of Zelda with no Zelda.
If the original Metal Gear was Kojima's baby, then the NES version is his deformed grandchild. Now, I know, it's still a classic if you look past all its flaws. It's like digging for gold underneath a pile of horse shit. Or perhaps it's a gleaming silver turd. It might not look like shit, but it sure smells like it. Magnavox Odyssey was released in 1972, making it the world's first home video game console. So when it comes to going back to the past, you can't go back much more than this. Look at this thing. Looks like a spaceship. What's the top for? The controllers are even stranger. You get a reset button and two knobs on the sides, one to move vertical and one to move horizontal, and then one more to do God knows what. But tell me, how are you supposed to hold these things? Or do you just put them on a table? The wires are bulky and not flexible at all. They're short too. If you're sitting on your couch, the wires don't reach. However, the wire that connects the console to the TV is long as shit. Alright, I guess you're supposed to play with it on your lap or on the floor. Alright, now we're ready to play some Odyssey. Oh, of course, I forgot one thing. We need a game. These are the games. Pretty elaborate, right? The titles are the best part. Like, what are some of the games you grew up with? Maybe Wrecking Crew on the NES, or Afterburner on the Sega Master System, or how about Game Number 1 on the Odyssey? There's no power button. When you put the game in, the console starts up. Pretty efficient, I guess, but half the time, it doesn't work. You gotta keep fucking around until the picture comes in. And after that, what do you get? Just a dot, or a dash, whatever the fuck you want to call it. The only thing we need now is someone to play with. Sorry, but these are two-player games, so I really don't have much of a choice. Alright, come on out. This is the Nerdy Turd. I cloned him from my own shit. Alright, Nerdy Turd. You ready to play some Odyssey? Bet your ass you are. Alright, where you at? Oh, there you are. Whoa, there you are. Oh. Whoa! 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 Woo! Let's play hide and seek, alright? I won't look, okay? Hide somewhere. Alright, you ready? Okay. Alright, are you here? Oh, I was close. What are you doing? Oh, I get it. It's like taking a shit. Let me try it. Oh! Let's both do it. Like, go with me. So it's like the shit's getting thinner as it comes out. Oh, it broke off. Let's make a popsicle. Yeah, it's a popsicle. You're raping me. You're raping me. Let's just go all over. Woo, woo. Man, people in 1972 must have been bored out of their minds. You really got to use your imagination because the Odyssey doesn't have sound. And when you think about it, it doesn't have graphics either. Yeah, check out all the stuff that comes with the system. You have chips, cards, dice, a scoreboard, and most important, the overlays. This is the substitute for graphics. They come in 2 different sizes depending which kind of screen you have. The games themselves are all the same thing, just 2 dots on the screen, but they're all programmed slightly different. The instruction manual is absolutely imperative because without it, you wouldn't know the right combination, which game and which overlay. Let's try some tennis. You just stick this son of a bitch on the screen here and you're all set. Now isn't that exciting? Yeah, you just gotta make all your own sound effects. You can cheat too. If you turn this little knob here, you can steer the ball. Yeah, that's not fair, is it? We're playing dirty now, motherfucker. When in a tennis game would the ball ever fly around somebody? It's surreal because you can move wherever you want. It's not like you have to stay on your side of the net. So the players have to keep their own rules and their own score. That's right, the game doesn't even keep score. It's a fucking free-for-all. Now let's try the skiing game. All you do is move the light through the slopes. And with these controllers, it's harder than it looks. The only goal is to stay in the lines and see how fast you can get to the end. It's up to the other player to keep time. Now that is what you call a desperate attempt at a video game. Now we have Simon Says. You just do what the card says and see who gets there first. Simon says go to the wrist. Simon says go to the pet's ear. Now this is some A-class entertainment. Look, it's the dog's tongue. Oh look, he's got a nuclear boner. Nuclear boner! She's giving birth to a solar baby. Here it comes. It's time for football, and all I can say about this one is that for the first football game on a home video game console, it's fucking horrible. There's a board, a football marker, and pages of instructions to explain it all. You gotta do all kinds of math, calculate the wind and shit, so the hell with that. Hockey, this one's more fun. You just try to drive the puck into the opponent's net. If you keep tapping the reset button, you can change direction. Anything goes in this game. Gotta keep it away from the net. Keep it away from the... Ah, you bastard. This one's called Anal Logic. Yeah, that sounds fun. It's like the logic of your ass. It's supposed to take place in outer space. You each start on your own planet. I guess maybe your anus and my anus. The idea is to get to the other player's planet by following a pattern of numbers. You figure out the patterns by adding the numbers of the last player's move into some fucking math equation. It might sound like a complete waste of time, but that's because it is. Cat and mouse. In this game, one player's the cat and the other player's the mouse. The cat tries to catch the mouse and the mouse tries to get to the hole. The blue squares are supposed to be furniture, so you have to go around. But there's nothing preventing you from passing through, so naturally both players are going to end up cheating. Besides, why can't the furniture look like furniture and the hole look like a hole? Instead, they're visual representations of what they may have looked like if this game had graphics. But it's an overlay. Draw some fucking furniture. Next is Haunted House, the first horror game. You're a detective going around picking up clues. The second player draws the cards telling you what clue to get. Also, the second player's hiding as the ghost. Oh, there you are. No matter how many times I've read the instructions, I just don't get it. Submarine. Player 2 has to follow a squiggly line and dodge torpedoes fired by player 1. But the torpedo never seems to go in the direction that it should. And whether or not player 1 is supposed to move, I can't even say. It's just, you know, yeah. States. Okay, this one's just a name that state game. If you draw a card, you move the cursor on the state. But what about the little states? How are you supposed to point at them? I guess you could just point with your finger. This doesn't need to be a video game in any way. I also love how the instructions tells you that Alaska and Hawaii aren't really down there. Hey nerdy turd, did you know that Hawaii isn't really south of Texas? Last game, roulette. For this one, you get out the roulette board, you get out the chips, and you play roulette. The wheel is the overlay. Whoever spins the wheel just closes their eyes, moves the cursor all over the place, and then you just look where it landed. If it goes off the wheel, which it does often, you line it up to the nearest number. But most of the time it goes off the screen, so you're never sure where it landed. If you want to play roulette without blowing money on the casinos, then get yourself a roulette mat and a wheel. A wheel and a ball is all you need, not a sheet of plastic with a glowing square on your TV screen. In conclusion, it just... yeah, you said it. Primitive isn't even the word. It barely qualifies as a video game. Master Shake would say, it's like if I want to play Tetris, I draw it on a flip book and animate it. You might as well be playing with rocks. But to be fair, the Odyssey lived up to its name, an Odyssey being a long and eventful journey. It truly was. For the first video game console, we went skiing, played tennis, went around the world, went to the casinos, went to outer space, submarines, cats and mice, and a haunted house. But there's one thing that makes it badass. Check this out. This is the Odyssey gun. But let's talk about guns. You're all familiar with the Nintendo Zapper, right? Originally it was gray, but later they changed it to orange. It's pretty clear that video game and toy manufacturers have become more sensitive. They don't want to give kids something that looks like a gun. Remember Megatron? He transformed into a gun, but later they gave that orange tip at the end, and then he didn't even change into a gun at all. So now, let's see what the Odyssey gun looks like. Well, the Odyssey doesn't fuck around. I mean, this is what you call a gun. I mean, look at it. It's a gun. It's a fucking rifle. I mean, they could never get away with this nowadays. You could never, ever... It just blows my mind that there could exist a video game console that has a gun like this. Let's try it out. I remember one time in school, I had an X-Men coloring book, and the teacher looked over and said, X-Men, huh? There's women in there too, aren't there? That's kind of sexist. And I said, well, what's wrong with being sexy? No, I didn't say that. But I've always remembered that because it's a good point. I guess X-people just doesn't sound as good. Well, anyway, here is the NES X-Men. Say that 3 times fast. NES X-Men, NES X-Men, NES X-Men. Well, anyway, with a concept like X-Men, you'd expect a great game, or at least a fairly decent game. All the characters and powers and shit. How hard could it be? Well, we are doomed from the very start. Take a look. Somebody makes an X-Men game for Nintendo. Why, in the love of fuck, does it have to be LJN? You take one look at that logo, and you just know there is no gold at the end of that rainbow, because this, my friends, is the unholy stamp of death. And I'm about to do the unthinkable. I'm about to stick this abomination in my Nintendo. Rather stick your dick in a piranha's mouth.
Here we go, Marvel's X-Men. Is that the official title? The label calls it the Uncanny X-Men. I say screw that, file it under X for X-Men, plain and simple. First, you select a stage. Couldn't there have been something a little more interesting than just plain text? Any other game would have had some kind of visual. Then you select 2 characters. Even if you're playing a one-player game, the CPU feels the need to join the fun. This is the most sensitive select screen in the history of games. You have to gently tap the select button, or else it flashes through all the characters faster than you can say fuck. Here we go. Wow, look at this mess. It's all coming back to me now. This is one of those games I rented from the video store and wasted one of the weekends of my sad, pathetic life. Look at this. Cluttered pixels, scrambled textures, shit flying everywhere. It's a disaster. The characters look like stiff, mangled, colored shapes that barely represent who they're supposed to be. Cyclops looks the same as Storm. All they did was recycle the same character and color them all different. They all play the same too. There's minor differences. Some can take a little more abuse than others or go slightly faster, but these differences are barely noticeable. The only major difference is that some characters shoot and some don't. The ones that don't shoot are stuck with this indefinable lunge attack. Look at it. What is he doing? If you pause it, you'll see it's the same position as when he's walking. It just jabs forward. It's embarrassing. And what character would you pick? Would you pick a character that shoots lasers? Or would you pick a character that just goes around nudging everything? So here's my strategy, and I think you'll agree. You pick a character that shoots, and for the CPU, you pick a character that nudges. Then, as soon as possible, you let the computer get killed. Yes, the sooner that worthless bitch bites the dust, the sooner you can be free. Because the computer does nothing to help. It just wanders around and runs into walls. You end up getting stuck, having to wait for its stupid ass. You could do better if you play the game blindfolded. That's no exaggeration. Clearly, nobody tested this game. How could this have passed? And whatever you do, don't ever give the computer a character with a projectile. Because look, it's like giving a little kid 10 pounds of sugar and a super soaker. It goes ape shit, and it never, ever stops. Oh, thank God. All you want is the computer to die so you can get some peace and quiet. When you're playing the two-player mode with a real live human being, it's fine. But when I'm by myself, why do I have to pick two characters? It's a complete waste. The stages are just jumbled bullshit patched together into a disarray of madness. It is a Nintendo game and you're supposed to use your imagination, but had the game been designed well, you would at least know what you're doing. Right here, I can't pass through these tiles, even though they appear the same as all the other tiles around it. If all this clutter at least had some consistency, it would be somewhat acceptable. What's this right here? A hot dog in a bun? Or more like a pig in a blanket? And what's all this? Where am I? Spaghetti zone? Okay, what's happening now? I'm frozen? What the hell? Oh, that's nice. Isn't that fair? That's like tying my hands behind my back. And how can I be frozen with a character that's called Iceman? I'd be better off with Iceman from Top Gun. Now what's this shit? A laser barrier? Oh, fuck. I've had enough of this shit.
Well, after that disgrace, I'm happy to say there's an alternative. Yep, another X-Men game on Nintendo. Just called Wolverine. They didn't call it X-Men 2 or anything like that because I imagine they're trying to distance it as much as possible from that other piece of shit. Because the NES deserves one good X-Men game, and I bet this one's going to be much better because after all... What? Are you fucking kidding me? Both of them? They made both of them? God. You'd think with a franchise like X-Men, they'd give somebody else a try. I don't want to play this. I really don't want to play this. But I might as well get it over with. It's like getting a needle. Might not be too pleasant, but it'll be over before you know it.
This is the Wolverine title screen. Looks promising, and here's the game. Well, it's a side-scroller, and as you may predict, you can only play as Wolverine. That's fine. I'd rather have one character done well than have a bunch of shitty characters that are all the same. Wolverine looks more defined. When he punches and kicks, it actually looks like it. So we're almost there. But isn't there something missing? Something you'd expect Wolverine to attack with? His claws, right? Yeah, well, the select button brings out the claws. From there on, you can just slash everybody like you'd expect. You may be wondering, why in the hell would you not want to have the claws out the whole time? Well, guess what? I'll tell you. Every time you use your claws, it drains your life. So that kind of defeats the whole purpose, right? So just forget the claws. It will be nice to use them, but you can't. The ducking is incredibly delayed. When you push down, it doesn't just duck like any other game. It goes into this little animation. It's unnecessary, and it makes it hard to avoid getting hit by something. For power-ups, we have burgers. Yeah, what else could they be? They're fucking burgers. And we also have bottles, which could be anything, but I'm gonna assume they're beer. That sounds about right. It's an X-Men barbecue, burgers and beer. Oh, Fuck you. How cheap is it to put the burger right on top of a propeller? What's up with the vocabulary? I've heard of an extra life or a one-up, but free game? But now, it's time for the enemy roll call. We have green rotary dial telephones, silver surfers in flying wheelchairs, silver surfers air guitaring, John McClane from Die Hard, the Green Reaper throwing skulls, Frankenstein monsters wearing metal masks with visors like Geordi from Star Trek, and bubbles. The hit detection is so bad. I try to punch the bubble, but I can never hit it before it hits me. Don't mean to burst your bubble. The boulders are another thing that's a pain in the ass. They deliberately follow wherever you go. Not only is it annoying, but it doesn't make any sense. Are these boulders self-aware? Do they know where you're standing? Or is there an evil elf inside the hole chucking shit down at you? The levels are designed to be as frustrating as possible. There's so many times when you need to jump down, not knowing if you're gonna land on a platform or just fall to your death. You just gotta take a shitty guess. When you get hit, there's no recovery time either. One simple mistake can drain all your life in only a matter of seconds. It's as cheap as it gets. The graphics are okay, but uninspired. These platforms remind me of those things from the casino stage in Sonic 2. You go around jumping on hoverboards and these things which look like blue candy canes. But the swimming stage is when I really start to lose my mind. It's confusing at first that you use B to swim, when in most games it would be the same button you use to jump. But the hard part is when you have to dodge these little propellers. It's worse than Ninja Turtles, where you can't touch the electric seaweed. But that's not enough. They have to send bubbles after you too. Look at this. It's fucking impossible. Almost dead. Gotta get the beer. Ugh! I've had it up to my ass with this piece of shit. In conclusion, this game's way better than the other one, but it's still a pile of donkey dicks. The X-Men game I remember most fondly is the arcade by Konami. Some versions had 6 players and a double panoramic screen. It was extremely monotonous, but satisfying as all hell.
X-Men, welcome to Die.
Welcome to Die? Okay. It was a classic style beat 'em up and one of the best in that category. Only problem, it was never released on a home console. It suffered the same fate as Konami's Simpsons game. Some might say these games would have been butchered on their home counterparts, but if you look at how well Turtles in Time fared on the Super NES, it only raises the question, why the fuck not do the same to X-Men and Simpsons? But oh well, at least we got a couple decent X-Men games on Sega Genesis. But there's a few things about them which are fucked up. Let's take a look. Well, the first game, you see it's a side-scroller again, but with good graphics and a selection of characters to choose from. One minor thing I don't like is with Wolverine, you still have to get out your claws. What's the big deal? Why are the claws so taboo? Fortunately, you don't lose health when you use them, so it's a step in the right direction. Another thing that's really weird is the stage select code. On the title screen, you do the code like normal, but after that, you'd expect to see some kind of stage select screen. But no, instead, the game starts up like normal. You have to walk over to these panels in the background, which now suddenly represent the stages. You have to go through the effort of counting the one you want, crouch down and hit C, and then it warps you to the desired stage. If you know the code, what's the point of having to do all that shit? But the worst thing is that there's a stage where you're supposed to reset your Genesis. Yes, you actually have to hit the reset button to beat the stage. But how are you supposed to know? All that happens, there's a big blue computer in the air. You destroy it and then walk around like a dumbass trying to figure out what to do next. If it would have said reset your Genesis, or at least give you some kind of fucking clue, that would be okay. It would still be weird, but at least you would know what to do. Not to mention, if you were playing it on the Sega Nomad, you wouldn't even be able to do that because it has no reset button. And the reset button on my Genesis Model 2 is broken. Good thing I have more Genesises. Genesises? Is there a plural for Genesis? Should I say Genocide? At last, we have X-Men 2 Clone Wars. Clone Wars. Did George Lucas have anything to do with it? You pop the game in, turn the power on, and before you know it, you're playing the game. That's it. No title screen. Not even the Sega logo. That doesn't happen until after you beat the first level. You don't even get to pick a character. It just randomly selects it for you. What kind of game does that? Other than that, it's pretty damn good. It's side-scrolling action on the Genesis at its best. And guess what? Wolverine's claws are out. Now doesn't that kick ass? We went from having no claws to having them hurt yourself to just having them retractable to just having them. It took us a long time to get there, but this one finally got it right.
When it comes to X-Men games, that's the one I recommend. But the 2 NES versions, stay away. Stay away as far as possible. They suck. They suck balls. This one sucks my left ball, this one sucks my right ball. Welcome to Die! What a piece of fucking dog shit. Making a game based off the first Terminator movie had a lot of potential. The movie was like film noir, action, science fiction, and time travel all thrown together into a blender. But the game was like taking that same blender to put cat piss, horse dump, and pig vomit. Yeah, now that's a shake you don't want. So if you played this game, you're probably traumatized. But don't worry, because now is the time to purge those inner demons, because the battle for the past is going to be fought in the present, right here, right now. Man, that's too dark. Let's just start the game.
As far as the plot's concerned, you're not the Terminator, you're Kyle Reese in the future, which seems like the best possible concept. But look at the graphics. This is what you call 8-bit barf. You're jumping around on half-disappeared blocks, Q-tips, and pipes. What is this, Super Mario Brothers? The backgrounds are just a random mishmash of gray bricks. It's so depressing to look at. Am I not mistaken? Wasn't the NES capable of a more versatile color scheme? The top bar is monochrome, it's just black, white, and green. Look at the life meter. The black part's the amount of life you have, and the green is the empty part, which is real confusing because when I look at it, I can't help but feel it should be the other way around. The music is unacceptable. Listen. What do you call that? It's just a 5-second loop that repeats forever. There aren't many sound effects either, so it really fails in the auditory department. If your ears could puke, they would. Now you want to talk about the controls? My God, is it busted. When you try to jump, first he goes into the squat, probably the most delayed jump I've ever seen. The gun is even worse. When you push A, you go into this crouching position, let's call it gun mode. When you're in this gun mode, A shoots, and up and down on the D-pad controls your aim. So let me put this in a nutshell. You can't shoot when standing, you can't shoot when ducking like normal, and you can't shoot when jumping. It goes against every natural instinct you would have in a side-scrolling shooting game. Did the game designers ever play fucking Contra? Can you imagine how much of a problem it is that you can't shoot while you're jumping? But the nail that seals the fucking coffin is that there's no continues. If you die 3 times, the game starts over. Simple as that. That first level, you better get used to it because you're gonna see it a whole fucking hell of a lot. Another big problem, whenever you try to jump on something, you fall through. It is an awe-inspiring joke of legendary bad game design. It's almost as bad as Wizard of Oz. The hit detection is also fucked. If you try to shoot something, it goes right through unless you're dead center. This game is like a cheating, spoiled, rotten kid and you have to let it win. For taking out these automated guns, your best bet is to use the grenades. But up till this point, you can only find grenades in the first part in the sewers. After that, once you run out, you're fucked. This part here, you're faced with 2 guns at the same time. You can only take them out one by one, so unavoidably you're gonna get shot by the other one. No matter how far you get, there's still no continues. To my knowledge, there's no code either, not even for Game Genie, nothing. The only way to beat it is to not fuck up at all, which would be outrageous. However, every time you get 50,000 points, you get an extra life. So fair enough, I'm gonna sit here and shoot this fucker again and again till that happens. The enemies respawn, so it's not a problem to stay in one spot and just keep racking up points. The only real sacrifice is that you're gonna be doing this for a long time. There we go, extra life. Now I'm gonna be real careful because you don't want to lose all that hard work. This fucking slime here, just gotta watch out. Oh my fucking god. The only hope you have is to spend hours and get as many extra lives as possible. You'll lose them fast, but at least you'd have enough to keep going for a while. But who has the patience to do this?
And we're not talking emulators or save states or any of that. We're talking real life, sit in front of your TV, holding the A button. Sounds like fun, right? Yeah. Well, check it out. I got an idea. Get yourself a wrench or something like this here, and you just clamp it down on the A button, just like that. And there you go. Just sit back and you don't gotta do a damn thing. I'll be back. Now look at that, I have 6 lives already. So I'm just gonna go to bed, I'm gonna come back, and it's gonna be all maxed out. Now, isn't that a good idea? Well, guess what? I have an even better idea. How about have some fucking continues? Make me have to put a wrench on a controller? Is that what you want to do with your life? That's senseless. But that's what happens, man. Alright, I'm back. I'm all refreshed, ready to play some more Terminator with all new extra lives. All 6 of them. 6? Only 6? Okay, I gotta be honest. It's only 1 digit. I didn't expect more than 9. But why a random number like 6? That means that some fucked up masochist actually programmed it that way, made a decision, let's see, well, anything more than 6, that's too much. Fucking asshole. The only thing I can think of now is to wait till you die 5 times and do it again.
But then all of a sudden you're in a truck getting showered with fireballs. There's little you can do to control the truck, so all that's gonna happen, you're just gonna die and die and die. You can't hit it either, because your bullets just scatter all over the place. Eventually, you outrun the fucking thing. But next, you're being shot at by some metal tank monstrosity. At this point, you're just taking it in the fucking ass. All that's gonna happen, you're gonna get shot again and again and again. The next part of the game is just another death trap. Now, do you see what happened? All those extra lives? Gone. And there's still no regular enemies. So I have no hopes of getting any more. If I die, the game's over. But this is the most frustrating thing I've ever seen. The spears don't have any clear pattern. They just pop up at random, so I gotta get lucky. Now look at these platforms. Could they be any smaller? Realizing before how hard it is to make your mark, imagine how insane it is to land dead center on a space that's more narrow than the character itself. If you land on your feet, it doesn't count. You have to land on the empty space in between your feet. Ah, fuck. Okay, 0 lives. That means I have 1 more chance. Jump. 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 Ah! Fuck!
Too fucking small! Too fucking small! Ah! You're terminated. I can't believe that shit like that could have been released on the NES as late as 1992. December 1992. By then, Super Nintendo was out. Speaking of which, let's check out its 16-bit counterpart.
Thankfully, it's not just a graphical enhancement of the same game. This one's entirely different. I wonder why they recreated the title sequence from the movie, but not used the music. Instead, it's the music from the final battle. That's like if you use the opening Star Wars title, but use different music. So if there's anything these games are missing right off the bat, it's the Terminator theme. Again, you're Kyle Reese, but instead of being in the sewers, you're in the battlefield, just like the flashback scenes in the movie. So we're definitely a step in the right direction. The gunfire is way better. This time you can actually shoot like normal, rather than going into that stupid crouching mode. You can even shoot on the ladders, which is kinda cool. But the only thing that sucks, you can't shoot straight up or toward the ground. There's no other perfect example than the Contra series. You can shoot in any fucking direction you want, and they're still challenging games. But here, you're stuck with all these enemies that you can only hit with grenades. Once you run out of grenades, you're fucked. If you're gonna make a game where you can't shoot the ground, don't have enemies that are on the fucking ground. The foreground graphics always get in the way. How is it fair when I can barely see the enemies? And what the fuck are these things anyway? Decepticon dildos? Look, I just hit my head and died. Surprisingly, this game is really hard. Now I can imagine what Kyle Reese and good old Johnny C had to go through. Just running out into a wasteland full of maniacal machines shooting bombs and lasers at you left and right. There's shit shooting from the sky, shit on the ground, there's shit everywhere. You'd get annihilated. Those movies are very unrealistic. There's no way they could have survived. But the time travel concept, that's okay. Look at the bullets, they have no pattern. It's like there's a second player controlling them. Before you have any time to react, Terminators pop out and shoot you. It's not easy to take it slow when your character can do nothing but run. My only strategy is to step and duck. But even then, half the time, I still get hit. I don't get hit that often, but apparently enough to die, and you actually get 5 lives. Once they're gone, you guessed it, no continues. But it doesn't matter because I can't even beat the first stage. It doesn't look that hard, but good lord, it just goes on and on and on. Even with 5 lives and health power-ups, I can't last any further. I got to this truck part, which is still part of the first stage, but this is even worse than the truck stage in the NES version. You only shoot in 3 directions, which means you can't hit this thing when it goes between. And there's not a damn thing you can do to protect yourself. You can't move, you just keep taking hits from these exploding bowling balls. Finally, it goes away and you're back on foot. After such a long sprint, you think that thing was maybe the boss. But no, how naive. So you keep running this everlasting shitty marathon, shooting shit and getting shit shot at you. Eventually, you come to the boss, right? It's certainly big enough to be the boss, and it certainly took long enough to get this far. I'm gonna say it's the boss. Come on, die, die! Yeah, alright, that's it. What now? What? Are you fucking kidding me? Holy mother and fucking god shit, holy mackerel, gosh damn, how is it not over yet? How long could this first level possibly go? Unless maybe the whole game is like this. I just can't fucking believe it. So I died, like anybody would. Game over, first level goes on forever, can't beat it, end of story, the game's impossible. Real quick, let's take a look at the Terminator on Sega CD. I already mentioned it in my Sega CD review, but I have to say, looking back, this is a really good improvement over the other ones. There are some annoying things. Like the other games, there's certain directions you can't shoot. This makes it really hard to find a feasible angle to hit your enemies. I don't know why, but only Contra, it seems, got it right. And sometimes it's confusing trying to figure out where to go. It has those unwatchable cutscenes from the movie which characterize the Sega CD. Never would we dream that one day you'd be able to watch videos in better quality on the internet. But you can skip these scenes, and aside from it, the game itself is a pretty good side-scroller. It even has the Terminator theme, as well as some great original music of its own. God, is that fucking awesome! It's a little better than the NES version, don't you think? For
From here on out, things can only get better. The second movie was even better than the first, so I can assume that's the same for the games. I believe there's a light at the end of this tunnel. We've made it through the storm, and at the end of the storm is a rainbow. Oh no.
The movie Terminator 2 is a possible candidate for the best sequel of all time and best film in the action sci-fi genre. Any way you look at it, it's a masterpiece. Naturally, video games feeding off its success started popping up all over the place. The one most people were familiar with was the arcade shoot-'em-up by Midway. It was ported to the Sega Genesis and Super Nintendo. The gameplay is just as mindless as ever. Move the cursor around the screen and shoot everything in sight, except for your comrades who just get in your damn way. You know, I wasn't aware they made Terminators in gold. Fighting the boss is the most redundant thing of all. It takes more bullets than anything you'll ever see. All you do is shoot, shoot, shoot. In the Genesis version, it looks like Rob the Robot. Otherwise, it's basically the same game, but with slight changes. Some of the sound effects are better. In the Super NES version, when the soldiers get hit, they yell no, which is stupid, but in the Genesis version, they just scream. Big improvement. But some of the animation is lacking. Look at the barrels. The flames don't even move. Unlike the Super NES version, you get items on the first stage. They come in what looks like a little fridge, and it seems they never run out. How many items could there possibly be in this one little box? The worst part is where you have to protect John Connor. All that happens, he gets killed, and you lose. It's a senseless game, but it was a novelty at the time. The home consoles tried to take advantage of it, with the Super Scope and the Sega Menacer. But the only real way to play it was in the arcade. It was even ported on Game Boy. Now that is pathetic. Now for Terminator 2 on NES. It's all about that little rainbow of death. I swear I don't even plan this. It just so happens that LJN holds the monopoly on shitty games. They were also behind every home console version of Terminator 2, even the arcade ports. LJN proudly presents Oh I Bet. Now this of course begins an alternate series of Terminator 2 games that differ from the arcade version. Level 1, you're the Terminator going around at a truck stop punching people. It's just a monotonous button masher, and it takes so many punches to put them down. All you want to do is run past them. But you can't do that, because guess what? The whole objective of this stage is to punch everybody out. The sound effects suck ass. It's just boom, boom, boom. There's no difference to when you're punching the air and when you're hitting someone. Couldn't there be at least 2 distinct sound effects? Oh god, this takes forever. When you're in between them, you keep getting hit. But even if you keep them all on the side, they all bunch together, and still you take a lot of hits. It's the first part of the game, and already I'm fucking sick of it. Then you go in the tavern, like the first scene in the movie. Once again, you gotta punch everybody out. They keep coming out from under the bar. How many guys are back there? Then you come to the boss. Now who is this guy? He's taller than you, and aren't you supposed to be the Terminator? Arnold fucking Schwarzenegger? It does tend to underestimate the hugeness, doesn't it? Look, I'm dead. He just took out a Terminator, a machine, with his bare fists. This is absurd. If I crouch down, he can't hit me, so I can just punch him all I want. But it goes on forever. In fact, I don't think this hurts him. So why have the character in the game act like he's getting hurt when he's clearly not? Looks like I'm jerking him off. He can be killed, but it just takes a little patience. Level 2. This is the only stage where you're on the motorcycle. One thing you need to know, you gotta shoot the gate to open it, otherwise you just crash. Even after the fact, you can still hit the wall, unless you're perfect. It reminds me of Bart vs. the World when you're on the Great Wall of China. Hate that shit. But the most annoying thing is the truck. It keeps coming up from the bottom of the screen and it sucks you toward it. Like, what does it have, a magnet on the front? The first time I played this, I had no idea what you're supposed to do. I figured you'd have to accelerate, but couldn't find any way to do so. Turns out you can shoot back, so all you gotta do is shoot the truck, and then it like bounces you forward again. but trying to shoot the truck and pay attention to all the other stuff at the same time is really frustrating. Then you rescue John Connor, and he makes you swear not to kill anyone. So here comes level 3. You're going around the hospital trying to rescue Sarah. You're not allowed to shoot anyone unless it's in the legs, which is simple, but it makes you feel foolish having to duck all the time. I mean, this is the first side-scrolling stage where you have the gun, and you can't kill anyone. Level 4, you're in Cyberdyne on a mission to blow the place up. You go around collecting bombs, which look like, I don't know, a headless chicken holding a dead rat? What, you don't see it? Oh, I don't know. You take all the bombs and deposit them into this thingamafucker, and you think that's it, right? No, you take the bombs back out and lay them in designated spots. Okay, well, what was the point? Why couldn't you just collect the bombs and put them where they go? I can only imagine what they were thinking. Duh, you put these bombs in this thing? Alright, what next? How about you take them back out and you put them somewhere else? It's treating us like a fucking dog. Go get the ball, bring it back, go get it again. Fucking dickwads. Level 5 is a nightmare. Everywhere you go, you gotta jump on moving platforms. Your accuracy better be perfect or else you're dead. Fuck. It's next to impossible. It teases you by thinking the chain's gonna go lower, but it doesn't. It's as wide of a jump as possible, and the platform doesn't even stay down long enough. You only get 1 microsecond to hit your mark, and there's a fucking fireball. So this jump is one of the most grueling things you could ever accomplish in your life. There's another jump that seems to have a glitch or something. Like, come on, that killed me? I landed on the pipe, not the lava. Well then, if landing on the pipe kills me, why can't it just look the same as the lava? And what about this right here? That's not a platform? Well then why the fuck does it look like a platform? There's some serious issues here. At last, you fight the T-1000 with your fists. Unless you still have some ammo left over from Cyberdyne, that's because there's no ammo on this stage. Not at all. So if you're down to your bare hands, then that's all you're gonna get. If anything, they should have a whole stockpile of ammo to get you ready, because it's the final battle. If you look at a game, say, from the Castlevania series, right before you get to Dracula, there's a spot where you can load up your supply of items. It's secretive, yeah, but it's there. Even the main corridor has some weapons. But here, you don't get a damn thing. Once you push the T-1000 in the lava, you've won. Then you see the final cutscene. It seems they hit all the key scenes in the movie, which is nice, but why they left out the Terminator theme still perplexes me. Next we have Terminator 2 on Game Boy. For a portable console, there's not much to complain about as far as graphics go. In fact, it's pretty well done. You play as John Connor in the future, fighting your way to Skynet. The first stage seems simple enough until you reach the laser barrier at the end. So naturally you walk back to the left trying to figure out what to do. Then you find out you can shoot these towers. So I take them all down and still we have a barrier. Turns out you gotta shoot the towers in order from tallest to shortest. What a load of random bullshit. The second level you're in Skynet. It's more self-explanatory, but these bombs on the floor are such a pain in the ass. I can't shoot them and I can't jump over them either. Oh, and guess what? You know how most of these games you have 3 lives and no continues? Well, here you get only 1. That's it. You die once and the game's over. The thought of making it through the entire game without dying once is ludicrous. At the end of the second stage, you have to reprogram the Terminator. Okay, is this how John Connor did it? I never thought this part of the story would make it into the game. Basically, you have to mend the wires together so the electric currents go the right way. But you have a time limit, and it always seems to end right when you start to figure out what you're doing. You can't even pause the game to look at it because the screen goes blank. At least you get a second chance here, but 2 fuck-ups and you're done. One last game, thank fucking God. Terminator 2 on Super Nintendo. And does it have the Terminator theme? No, of course not. Well, it's sort of a crappy remix version. How the hell did they make so many Terminator games and not have the theme? The only one I've seen that has it is the Sega CD version. If you watch the demo, it shows a naked Arnold walking into the bar, and they censor him Austin Powers style. Now that's funny. Once you hit start, it bypasses this whole scene. Right away, you have your clothes on and you're going around punching people. All I can say is, my God, the control is so bad. It's so stiff and you can't punch anyone when they're too close. But check out the jump. What is that good for? It's like he's a marionette or he's being hanged by an invisible rope. Like, holy Lord, that is some fuck right there. Look at him go. Woo, woo, woo. Oh, God. I can't see the reasoning behind it. You can't make something that funny by accident. They took somebody as badass as the Terminator and made him into a mockery. It's a fucking joke. And I'm not just doing this to be funny. It's because of how slow he walks. The only way to go any faster is to hop around like a fucking idiot. Unlike the NES version, the goal isn't to knock everybody out because they're never ending. In fact, that could be a good joke to play on someone. Like, hey, give it a try, kill all the guys. I dare you. They'll be playing forever. The goal is to find a pistol and a shotgun. But that's not all. You need to find John Connor's phone number. But that's still not enough. You need to collect future objects. I don't know what the hell these are supposed to be, but they look like little coolers or first aid kits. I don't remember them from the movie, so why is it so necessary to include them in the game? Now, unless you played the game before, you probably assume that once you uncover these objects, you've collected them. But no, you're supposed to aim your gun and shoot them. Now look at your itinerary. It says collect future objects. So unless your idea of collecting objects is to blow the everlasting fuck out of them, shouldn't it say destroy future objects? One thing I find amusing is that everything in this bar blows up for no apparent reason. And you can even attack the waitress. Any sane human being would shut off the game before even completing the first stage. But I tried my best to persevere, and what I found next was this. That little motorcycle, believe it or not, that's you. You can't tell it apart from the others. The first time I got to the stage, I died before I even had the chance to figure out what was going on. Oh yeah, and by the way, one life. Yep, die once, and it's all over. They really stuck to that format, didn't they? Play the whole game in one go. It's unthinkable. Oh man, a head-on collision with a truck and a motorcycle, and the truck explodes. Now let me tell you, I still don't understand how to control this. The main problem being that I can't figure out how to turn. It has something to do with holding the D-pad and the Y button, but I can't get the feel for it. Without even hesitating, I can honestly say this is the absolute worst driving stage I have ever played. Roger Rabbit was bad, Dick Tracy was horrible, and at the time I thought that one was the worst, but now that I've played this, just wow, it takes the cake.
That's as far as I can make it, and that's about all the Terminator games I have to play. In conclusion, the Grand Rotten Turkey Award goes to this. Out of all the Terminator games I've played, this has got to be the worst. Because you got to take into consideration the limitations of the NES and the capabilities of the Super NES. Wouldn't you think the Super NES version would be best by far? Not only that, but it's the sequel, so there's no excuse why it shouldn't have been better. So do yourself a favor and never, ever play this game, because there's no fate but what you make for yourself. Choose the right fate and terminate this son of a bitch. Goodbye, baby.
Let me ask a question. What kind of format do you usually play video games on? Cartridges, CDs, cards, floppy disks? How about an audio cassette? Isn't that just a weird thought to play a game on a friggin' cassette tape? This is Transformers for the Commodore 64, the computer that is most definitely more than meets the eye. You start it up and it goes into this flickering hypnotic light show. Wow, great game. Then like 5 minutes later, the title screen comes up. Wait a little longer, then you get to pick your key Autobot. As you can see, there's no Optimus Prime, which is pretty stupid. Instead, it's Rodimus Prime. Then you get the colored light show for another 5 minutes, and all of a sudden, the game starts. Had it not been for the music, I wouldn't even guess this is Transformers. Most of the game's played by using key commands to move your Autobots to different locations. The Autobots are all indicated by numbers. Couldn't they have something a little more, visual? When you engage in battle, it goes into this first-person view. You take the joystick and try to shoot down as many Decepticons as you can. It gets monotonous pretty quick. One of the key commands, that is T for transform, it just, well, makes you transform. But it doesn't change anything, it's just first-person view, so you can't tell if you're transformed or not. By the way, I'm at a farm with a dinosaur stepping on a space shuttle. I have no comment. Look at this game. Yay, Transformers! Fuck this.
Wouldn't you think that a game based on the Transformers would have more an emphasis on action rather than this strategic simulation thing? Well, guess what? There was a Transformers game that was a side-scroller, but only in Japan.
Let me introduce the Nintendo Famicom. Simply put, this is the Japanese NES. Very different from that gray box, isn't it? This one's smaller and it's a top loader. It has a nice dust tray, and the controller is attached to the console, which is efficient, but the wires are too short, and they're hardwired into the console so you can never change them. The controllers are the same, select, start, BA, but the second controller, instead of select and start, it has a microphone. Very few games utilize this. From what I understand, in The Legend of Zelda, you kill Pole's voice by making a loud noise into the mic. Of course, that's only in the Japanese version, but the manual still says that Pole's voice hates loud noises, which only mystified players outside of Japan. There's also a disc system, but I need to get a cable for it, so maybe we'll get to that later. I'm getting off track here. Let's play Transformers. The question is, why was this game never released outside of Japan? With the
My work is easy because I use ClickUp. Here's how I keep track of all my tasks. I start by brain dumping everything I need to get done in a list view. Next, I set a priority and a due date to keep things on track. I create custom statuses to organize my progress exactly how I want it. I like to add the action items field so AI can show me the next steps. I add my teammates as watchers so they're in the loop. ClickUp.
Welcome back to the Papa Meat channel. How you doing? How you doing? Coming and sitting down because today's topic is a little close to home because we're going to be talking about figurine collecting. As some of you might know, I'm a collector of many pop culture and horror memorabilia, specifically figurines. I mean, I got the original Haunted Mask. I know. I know. Ladies and gentlemen, we got it. But I have a large assortment. I love vinyl figurines and toys. I love the art form of it, soft-ooby stuff, all that kind of shit. Love, 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 love it. I just think it adds so much to your room. Love it. Just a beautiful, big, physical thing that you can hold, look at. It just is big, colorful. Gives you a lot of inspiration to be creative, right? And if you're into collecting at all, then I am sure that you know of Funko Pops. These vinyl figurines are literally everywhere. It doesn't matter what store you're in. Pharmacies. Hi, Funko Pops. How you doing? If you go to any large retail store, you're guaranteed to find at least a small section dedicated to Funko Pops. Now, for most people, these collectibles seem like harmless fun, but that is far from the truth, my friend. These things have led to multiple instances of financial ruin, fights, and serious injury. So, come with me as we examine the world of Funko Pops more closely and discover how dangerous these plastic hunks really are.
Now, here's the question. Do you like Funko Pops?
I just remember I worked at a hobby store like 2014, and that's whenever they started doing stuff that was like, oh, they're introducing a lot more IPs. Like, oh, there's Walking Dead. That show's popular right now. But I remember they did one for Magic, and they had like a Garrick one. I bought the Garrick one because I was like, oh, it's cool, like a little Garrick. My biggest problem with Funko Pops before we get into the origins of Funko Pops is it's the simplicity of they're all on the same base model. Cube head thing, the fucking soulless eyes, and they were usually just wearing like the outfit that the character was known for. I remember even looking at Max Mofo. He showed like his collection room, and he had like an OG, like he was collecting them way because he's a fucking monster. He loves collecting stuff, but he has like some of the OG characters and stuff, and it used to be a thing where it was like kind of cool to try to collect them, but now it just became so oversaturated so quickly that, and you know what the biggest problem is perception wise is like it gets into like IP that maybe you don't like, kind of tainting your perception of it, you know what I mean? They're popular. It's insane to think that if you go to any convention too, I don't know how people have entire booths of Funko Pops. There's no way they're selling them. And these booths that people have that are huge, how are you moving that much product?
All it takes is one, baby. One big Funko Pop.
Sell the golden goose, yeah. Today's video is sponsored by Fume, the leaders in flavored air. Breaking bad habits can be hard. Breaking bad habits can be hard. So why don't you let Fume help? Fume is not a vape. It's not an e-cig. It's just flavored air, which means you can use Fume anywhere, thanks to no vapor, no nicotine, and no toxic chemicals. And on top of that, Fume is an award-winning device that puts you on the path towards being free from bad habits. Ah! And just in time for the summer, Fume has new flavor air, Mango! This tropical flavor is perfect for fueling your day and staying on the track with better habits. Ah! Fume is also there for when you're feeling anxious. Ah! Find your calm and center yourself with the satisfying clicks and snaps of the device whenever and wherever you need to. Ah! Over 500,000 people have already made the switch to Fume as part of their habit change journey. If you're ready to try it for yourself, now's the time! Ah! For a limited time... For a limited time, if you order the Journey Pack using my code PAPAMEAT, you'll get a free Fume topper, an awesome accessory to level up your experience. Ah! Click the link at tryfume.com/PapaMeat or scan the QR code on screen to get yours today. Ah! Thank you, Fume, for sponsoring the video, and back to the video. But let's talk about the origins of Funko Pops, which our story begins in 1998 when a man named Mike Becker founded Funko and began selling bobblehead toys. His first product was a bobblehead of a popular American burger chain character, Big Boy. Remember the Big Boy bobblehead? Those are popular. Also, Big Boy's a fucking classic, dude.
He started that bobblehead?
Well, I mean, the Big Boy guy's been around forever. From there, Funko began to gain traction from collectors as it continued to branch out and make different collectible of popular IPs. And during the early 2000s, Funko released a line of figurines called Funko Force, which included figurines from DC Comics and all other kinds of shit. This line of toys was met with some success, but it wasn't until 2010 that Funko released Funko Force 2.0, revealing the new vinyl figurines that we know today. From that moment on, Funko has only grown in popularity with over 13,000 collectibles released since 2010. That's insane.
That's too much.
People all over the globe have been obsessed with each release since 2021. Funko has made an average of $1 billion in profit each year. I am so surprised by that figure. That's crazy. Have you known anybody that has actually still today collected them?
No. When they first came out, same around the same year, it was big on Reddit. Like the same thought process. I was like, these look all the same.
Yeah, it's kind of cool. I like playing it and whatever. But then it was just, I just hated looking at it after a while. Because also the thing too is like, they're not fun to really look at. So what makes them so popular? Well, for starters, Funko has created figurines for nearly every single fandom, making it accessible to everyone. And furthermore, many celebrities like Ice Spice, Patrick Mahomes, Bruce Lee, and others have their own branded figures, which Bruce Lee, how does he do it from the grave? We'll never know. With such a wide variety and fun colors, it's no surprise that Funko Pops has become one of the largest collectible brands on planet Earth. Much of their addictive appeal can be traced back to savvy marketing strategies and that constantly tap into the nostalgia, exclusivity, and the fear of missing out. FOMO!
That's what it is. It's the FOMO. You only have 30 of these. I gotta get them all.
See, it's kind of like what Magic's doing right now with serialized cards, where it's like, there's only so many being made. Then you're like, yeah, I might not like the IP, but I like the collecting aspect and the rarity of it. Maybe if they were like extremely popular to where they're flying off the shelves, I mean, maybe. I'm sure there are more that are more collectible that are out of print, but now it's like, if there's a new one, I mean, they're everywhere.
Oh, maybe they'll stop printing it.
Maybe. While Funko might make every single kind of figure under the sun, that is not the sole reason why they are so popular. The branding and marketing for this toy are insanely good. They mainly do this by releasing multiple variants of the same Funko, which makes others rarer, resulting in people spending more money to try to get them. The Labubu shit, you know, you want to get the variants, you want to get all collectible things because then you have a set of something. If I don't have this, it's going to drive me crazy looking at it. Like, I have to have the set.
It's like magic, too.
What really drives collectors into a craze are the rare chase variants. And these are limited edition variants of standard figurines produced at ratio of like 1 in 36 units, making them highly sought after and difficult to find. This is just for the Funko figurines, but today they also have multiple lines of different size figurines and merch, each having its own unique branding. So they have stepped out of the, you know, regular mold, and the thing that was regular is just now big. Which is pretty cool. This results in people amassing huge collections that have taken them years to make and cost them thousands of their hard-earned dollars. If you search Funko Pop on YouTube, you'll be greeted with a long list of creators who have massive collections and some that are pretty big. For instance, Paul Scardino holds the world record for the most figurines in one collection with over 8,000 figurines in his collection alone. He began collecting in 2015 after being gifted one on a birthday party. Do you think he looked at that motherfucker like Smeagol in the Ring? Yeah. No, it's a Funko Pop. I know you like Ghostbusters. So. Yeah, I like Ghostbusters. Talking to it from the glass case. I love you. You're gonna come home with me, okay? All right, Paul, I'm gonna get out of here. Yeah.
He almost has every single one.
8,000?
Out of 13,000.
Which, yeah, I mean, he's like, trust me, there's still a lot to go, but you're halfway there. How do you have the space? How many times have me and you watched videos where it's like a guy being like, hey guys, let me show you my anime statue collection, and it's like a 1-bedroom apartment? Is that like you have no escape from your collecting hobby? That's gotta be unhealthy, right?
He's probably has one like bedroom that he's just dedicated to Funko. He can't even see them all. He's just stacking them like back to back up to the ceiling.
Yeah, if he's a true collector. He's not going to put the ones on the bottom because the weight distribution, whatever. I mean, other examples include YouTuber Top Pops, who has 3.3 million followers on YouTube. His content often deals with telling his viewers on upcoming launches, politics of Funko, and of course, showing off his 5,000 piece collection. I love the idea of him just being like, a lot of big news in the war room over there at Funko. The CEO is doing some kind of crazy things to keep the company afloat, but I'm happy for Q3 projections. I'd love to dive in on that conversation, dude. What drives collectors to such extremes often goes beyond mere fandom. Within the community, there's a term called OOB, or OOB, value, which stands for out of box and refers to the estimated value of a figure once it has been removed from the original packaging. AKA, you ever drive a Lamborghini off the lot? As soon as that Lambo gets off the lot, OOB, right? Many collectors believe that taking a figure out of the box or damaging the box can reduce its value by 50%. That's why so many collectors choose to display walls of box Funko Pops, keeping them in mint condition, because you got to have that value up. Almost like the stock market. Like, it's a long-term investment, even though there's really absolutely no plan of ever selling them. But it's like, yeah, but the value. Would you almost say that's like gambling in a weird way?
Some people, I think, do gamble with their Funkos. Oh, what I see is a justification, because they're just like, if I spend $50 on this now, it might be $80 next year.
Yeah, well, I mean, I bought it for $25, but now it's worth $70.
Well, if I ever need the money, I could sell my Funkos, but I won't.
It's to justify frivolousness. Yes. Can you imagine being the Funko guy in a group of friends? I bought this new car. Wow. A Range Rover? Really? Can you afford that? It's like you have 8,000 Funko Pops.
That's an investment, Steve.
The Range Rover in 2 years is going to be worth like nothing, and the Funko Pops are only going to appreciate. It's kind of f***ed up because he might be kind of right there too.
I didn't know Funkos got as expensive as
Well, I mean, they all have like certain ones. I'm pulling the statistic out of my ass, but 99% of them are not going to. It's just going to take up shelf space, or whoever you're selling it. Or even Marvel had the little ones too.
I know some guy almost had the entire collection, and he sold it to GameStop for $1,300.
I don't know how else you could look at someone in the face like it's the entire Amiibo collection. $1,300? Hey man, you're welcome to sell on your own, all right? But we can give you cash now. You're a loan shark or something, isn't it? The unopened value is a big reason why people are addicted, because some of these vinyl figures go for tens of thousands of dollars unboxed. The number one sought after Funko Pop is the elusive Golden Ticket 2-pack. All the crypto whales in chat just did. Did someone say Golden Ticket 2-pack? It was released in July of 2016, and the Golden Ticket 2-pack is a collection of a golden Willy Wonka and Oompa Loompa figure. Only 10 were made for San Diego Comic-Con attendees, and only 4 were publicly distributed. This led to these Funko Pops being sold for $100,000 in May of 2022, and for even more staggering $210,000 in July of 2023.
See, Mom? My value doubled.
Yeah. Not so crazy now, Mom, huh? According to many pricing websites, if you were to buy one of these packs on average, you could expect to pay at least $164,000 for one of them. That's got to be such key levels of money to just be like, yeah, 100 grand. That's like actually legitimately some crypto whale shit where they're just like, sure, yeah, here's my flash drive. Just that'll pay for it, I swear.
He's a Funko whale.
That's what we need. We need to get Funko whales out there. If you're a Funko whale, stand up and be proud. But that's just the tip of the iceberg. The second most expensive vinyl is the Alex DeLarge Clockwork Orange Pop, which can sell from between $40,000 to $60,000. Which is so weird to me, the Clockwork Orange figure.
I have no idea.
It's so weird what gets value, right? Meanwhile, Freddy Funko mascot figures range in value from $6,000 to $48,000, depending on the variant. But one person took out a
Atenção, quem ama desconto de verdade, acabou de começar o Outlet da Growth, com descontos insanos. Produtos selecionados com até 70% de desconto. Roupas, acessórios e itens de treino, mas o estoque é limitado. É só clicar, comprar e garantir antes de todo mundo, só no site da Growth.
gsuplementos.com.br. Quem pesquisa, escolhe Growth.
$100,000 loan to get his Freddy Funko figure. And what's crazy is that those are just the amounts for one single figure. That doesn't take into account the thousands of dollars some collectors have spent on their entire collection. These things are like, on average, what, $15 a piece? If you have 8,000 of them, how much is that, Nick?
120.
Like, let's say you have one that's like super expensive, and then the rest of your collection, I mean, you're paying basically, I mean, double that. Like, your entire collection is hundreds of thousands of dollars, which is insane to think of. It has become such a problem that other collectors have begun to view Funko Pops and their collection as cancer on the figurine hobby scene. One collector wrote a whole blog about the issue, stating, quote, "These items are only considered collectible because they get marketed that way. And some are harder to find by design. To most collectors, the rare items are rare because an accident in production or an external factor. In short, Funko takes the fun out of collecting by creating a fake collector's market for profit." That's kind of every market. I feel like everybody's learned from that too. But then also too, every consumer is more educated about like what's valuable. So really even those things that are like, you know, the weird misprints and stuff, there's some channels that are kind of cool. Like there's a channel called like Froggy Flips or something where he goes to like garage sales or conventions and stuff. And he's like, oh, this is kind of, he has like a very deep knowledge of like weird figurines or collectibles or something where it's, oh, this was something that they only made in like the 80s, that weird stuff like that. To where you're like, oh, it's kind of like a unicorn thing, but these haven't been in production since the 80s. There's something that's kind of fun about the collection with that too, though. I still think that a company can make something where they're like, the intention of this is to be collectible. If it is for a market of people that are like, I want to collect that, I don't think that's necessarily malicious. I think what's more so malicious is just like, it's almost like selling cigarettes. It's like getting people hooked or addicted to buying something. Oh yeah, we're gonna make everything. And like none of it actually has value, but we'll say it does. To me, that's manipulative.
With Funko Pops, you know what you're buying. Like Labubus, you don't. They're blind boxes.
Yeah, I mean, blind boxing is literally gambling. I don't think that there's even anything wrong with getting the blind boxes, but it's like, you are going to have people who are like addicted to being like, I need to have this set, and they're going to like buy every single fucking one. Versus Funko Pop's just like, do you like the chicks from Ghostbusters 2016? We got them! You know, and it's like, that's your conscious decision to buy them. So to me, I'm like, it's the buyer's fault. They're ugly as shit. I don't know what I'm supposed to tell you. Looking in comments under the blog post, this is a popular sentiment among other collectors. But how did it get this way? Which leads us into Funko addiction. Black tar heroin, fentanyl, get out of the way. We're talking about Funko addiction. A big reason why Funko Pops have grown to be more than a collection is that people view it as an investment. We just reiterated all this earlier. Oh, shit. People spend hundreds of dollars on Funko Pops in hopes of reselling their collection for a profit in the future, but they don't realize that this is not the case for most figures. To me, that's like, that goes into the whole Pokemon scalping thing. It goes into the whole idea of like guys going in and like mass buying something to like sell it for a higher price later. That just feels so fucking scummy to me.
Yeah, it's pretty shitty. It's like that thing was $25, $35.
Also, like, what kind of fucking human being are you? You like walk to an apartment? Are you a big Funko person? No, I'm just trying to make a quick buck. Like a giant pallet of them. Yeah, no, these Marty McFly ones are gonna fly at the Minnesota Comic-Con, so really excited about that. Gonna make a huge profit. Yeah, this one's pretty cool. He has a green jacket instead of orange. As more people get into the hobby and the demand continues to grow, the market becomes more saturated. Funko itself reported that during COVID, it saw a 58% increase in net sales due to the global pandemic, and this caused their production to ramp up and flood the market with lots and lots of pops. However, as that boom in popularity slowed down, Funko still had to manage the overwhelming amount of Funkos in their inventory. So in 2023, Funko saw a 48% increase in their inventory from the previous year due to the cost of maintaining it. They dumped $30 million worth of Funko Pops in a landfill to cut down cost of having to hold on to them. Funko! The guys that make it! There's a landfill with $30 million of Funko! That's the future, dude.
Oh, yeah, landfill.
Oh, my God. We're so aren't we?
I think it was like their inventory at that time was $250 million worth of product, and they dumped $30 million.
We're only dumping $30 million of it. I mean, it's like $220 million left. I don't know why you guys are being such babies about it.
They're getting rid of all the Game of Thrones Funkos.
Yeah, Game of Thrones. Yeah, exactly. Game of Thrones, where it's like, what seasons did poorly? Okay, Game of Thrones, Last of Us Funkos, get them out of here. All that kind of stuff, right? In fact, there's a huge movement in the community to stop the market's oversaturation, which lowers the value of newer figures. This has caused a severe problem of people going into debt trying to maintain their investments. It's so pathetic, dude. I love it. One person took to Reddit talking about how he and his uncle were sharing the basement of his parents' house, and his uncle accidentally ruined his unboxed value of his entire collection. The user told his uncle not to stack boxes on a specific tote containing his figures. While his uncle was moving out, when the man went back to check his figures, he saw that the boxes were crushed and damaged. Apparently, the collector's unboxed value was $300, but after the box was destroyed, it was worth next to nothing. Since then, the uncle has blocked his nephew everywhere, and the guy has gone into debt trying to get his collection back. I'll donate plasma and take out loans. Early in the video, I said they wouldn't stack on the bottom because they would crush it. People that don't know, they look at these ugly fucking things. I don't know, it looks like a Bratz doll or something. I don't know. What is worse is that the comments under the thread validate the original poster's response, saying he should sue his uncle for personal damages, and the user said he would, but can't because he spent all of his money on his Funko Pops. To me, it's more so the disrespect of being like, I asked you not to and you did anyways, you're a dick. Keep my distance from him, but would I sue my uncle over it? No. But many more severe cases of collection addiction has resulted in people's lives being completely ruined. One man ended up getting divorced after prioritizing his Funko Pop collection over his marriage. In a post on r/amItheasshole, he asked if he was in the wrong for refusing to stop buying the figurines, even after his wife begged him to stop.
Esse é o chamado para você estudar com quem aprovou mais de 1.500 pessoas no último Enem dos concursos. Nessa edição lendária, que pode ser a última, preparamos o caminho que vai te levar até a mina de ouro. Não tem mais o que pensar, só decidir. Comece agora!
This is the Green Zero top-up server that MU launched this year. After playing for 2 days, how should I put it? I feel free. I don't need to worry about spending money. And, well, it is just awesome. You get points for beating mobs, so there is no need to sign up for any VIP pass. If you don't feel like spending money, you just need to spend a bit more time. And the awesome part is, the drop rate is crazy high, and your attack speed gets so fast. Right from the start, your attack speed is maxed out and your skills have no cooldown. Everything happens in a flash. Don't miss out on this, bro.
Play for free now.
Do you think that every time someone posts a "Am I the asshole?" Yeah, they're the asshole.
They're usually
the asshole. I was gonna say it feels that way. He prefaced the beginning of the post by saying that his wife had known of his collection since the beginning of the relationship, and that she had never had a problem with it before. He then says that he would spend an average of $100 a month on Funko Pops alone, but recently had been spending around over $500 a month. So his wife began to complain.
That's kind of a big jump.
Justifiably so. 5 times what you were paying before. There is the financial aspect of it where you're like, it went from $1,200 a year to basically what, over $6,000 a year?
Yeah.
Right? Which is that, but then also space. $500 a month on Funko. I mean, like, are they in every room? I would say it's more psychological damage than anything. So the getting's good. There's too many deals, babe. I gotta buy. But instead of toning it back, he doubled down and told her that because they had good jobs, they could afford it. This led to a big fight, and eventually she gave him an ultimatum. Funko Pops or marriage?
What would you choose?
Marriage. I also would be like, this is overtaking our lives. Which even I have a collection of stuff, which luckily we have space to where it's like, my hobbies never intrude on a communal space. That's kind of the big thing with relationships too, is like, when you're in a marriage, it's give and take. It doesn't mean that you can't have your little spot, but I think it's like, you need to be respectful in being like, how much of your shit is just completely overrunning everything to where somebody else is like living in your obsessions, which I think is no bueno. Like, I mean, that's like hell for somebody. Babe, listen, I'm the breadwinner. And I'm gonna do what I want.
The house is in my name.
Look what I just got. Look what I just got.
See, I'm gonna charge my girlfriend rent and then spend that on Funkos.
That would be so deranged, dude. He said plainly that he wouldn't let her get in the way of his passion and expects the divorce papers soon. AKA, this person is a completely emotionally immature person who is probably going to die alone.
You might find his Funko love out there, though.
You know what's the thing, though? Even if you find somebody, because it's going to be like jealousy. You got that one?
See, then you'd sign a prenup, too.
That'd be a long divorce, wouldn't it? So, like, split the assets. Or is that one mine? Can you imagine sitting in that room being like, all right, so we have the Aang, Avatar Last Airbender. He's in the Avatar mode. If she gets this, I'll kill myself. I want this one right now. Just let him have it.